morning. We're on the air, Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready to begin.
Good morning, Mr. Villalobos. Good morning. Welcome to the May 12th hearing for Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, could you do items 2 and 3, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB-TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Blau.
Here.
And Chair Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Park, I don't see him yet, but I do believe we were expecting him.
Yes, as far as I know, we are expecting him. So we'll move on and hope he shows up soon. Mr. Wilson, I see you there. Can we have you take care of items 4 and 5, please? Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm looking at the status of the agenda today. We did receive 2 requests for continuances. A request came in from the applicants from neighborhood of Willows Creek. I'm seeking a continuance, and then there was a memo submitted for that. And I believe it was requesting to go to June 30th. And then we did receive a continuance on item number 2, which is Summerland Elementary Conditional Use Permit, and that was to be continued to June 9th. And then we have items 3 and 4, which is an appeal of a homestay for number 3. And then we have a appeal of a cannabis cultivation operation for number 4. Staff's ready to present on items 3 and 4, and staff is also ready to provide information on item number 1, which is the Key Site 21. We do recommend or support the continuance for items 1 and 2 if the commission desires to do that. So that is the status of the agenda today, and then moving on to the projection report. Our next hearing is going to be on May 26th. There's 4 items projected on that date. We have Key Site 3 was continued to that date. We have an appeal of another homestay on that date, the Trabuco homestay, and then we have appeal of Roadside Blooms, mixed like cannabis, and then we have a conditional use permit for New Era cannabis cultivation. The hearing after that is going to be on June 2nd, which is the Ramey recorded map modification. We have the appeal of G&K cannabis operation, and then the Drum Canyon Neighbors appeal of Sun Valley, and that was continued to June 2nd. June 9th, we do have 2 items projected on that: Santa Rita Holdings cannabis cultivation project, and then, as I mentioned earlier, the requested continuance of the Summerland Elementary School to June 9th. Looking further in the projection report, staff is working with applicants to identify hearing dates for a couple of cannabis operations, either in late June or early July. One item that's going to be placed on the projection report that isn't on there right now is July 28th is for the Orchid gas station. It's an appeal of the Orchid gas station. That was the date that all the parties agreed to attend. Then after that, we have August 11th and August 13th that we've projected the ExxonMobil trucking project to be heard. That concludes the projection report at this time, and I'm available for any questions on that. One last thing, Director Plowman will probably touch on this briefly. We know as we start moving out of the COVID restrictions and opening up more, work currently evaluating what that means as far as the Planning Commission and what our format will be as we move closer into June. As of today, and Director Plowman will get more into this, we can ask her questions during her director's report, what that will mean as far as what the Planning Commission hearings will look like towards the middle or end of summer. So we'll keep you posted on that, and Director Plowman will brief you on where we're at on that one. That's all I have on the projection report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any questions of the planning commissioners for Mr. Wilson? Okay, all right, very good. Let's go ahead and move on to public comment. Mr. Villalobos, do we have anyone for open public comment?
Mr. Chair, I believe all of our people who pre-registered signed up for items on the standard agenda, but if anyone if there's anyone present who would like to speak on items not on today's agenda, just raise your hand, I'll call on you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any takers on that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then on to item 7, planning commissioners informational reports. Nothing there. Okay, moving right along then, we'll go to the minutes of April 28th for consideration by the commissioners.
Chair Falini, just for fun, in my packet, there are no minutes for that date.
So
If the other 4 of you have them and you approve them, I'll just not vote on them.
Okay.
So, Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
thank
just to clarify, the minutes were something that I emailed to the commission on Monday.
Okay.
They weren't quite ready when the packets went out last week.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Villalobos.
sorry, I didn't see them out on the email, so I don't have them. I looked again this morning, but could be my screw up. I don't know, but if the 4 of you have it, they're approvable. Just you 4 vote on it, and I won't vote.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will move approval of the minutes. There were lots of amendments included in the minutes, which, as far as I can remember, are accurate.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Bradley.
I apologize because I know that Mr. Villalobos worked hard to get those out to us, and I honestly just didn't have a chance to review them. It's been a very crazy week or 2 on my part, so I'd have to abstain if we vote today. And as much as I would just feather in right behind Commissioner Cooney because I know he reads them well, I'm interested in reading those as well. So I'm wondering if maybe we can continue approval of this particular set since both Commissioner Blau and I are not up on them, and we don't even have Commissioner Park. So what do you think? Could we continue it?
Well, the good news is we do have Commissioner Park.
Yay!
And I think that's an excellent idea. We could go back to Commissioner Cooney, the maker of the motion, and ask for his thoughts.
Yes, I think that's fine, Mr. Chair. It's not reasonable to expect the commissioners to review them today, given our schedule. If they had a chance and we could take it up at the end of the meeting, that would be fine. So we all remember, but I don't see much lost in a 2-week continuance of those minutes.
Great. So could I just make a motion to maybe trail it to the end of the meeting? And that way, if we get through everything, have a break, then I can read them at our break and maybe we can vote on them still today. Otherwise, we'll continue them at the end of the meeting. Is that possible?
I don't think that we need a motion to table the items if that's what the commission wants to do.
Okay. All right.
We just need a motion to continue either now or at the end of the meeting.
Okay, so hopefully between the other members of the commission and Mr. Villalobos, somebody will remember that because I'm sure to forget it.
Chair Farina, I'll make sure to forward the material on to Commissioner Blau just so he has it in the top of his email.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, Director Plowman, we have item 9, the director's report.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the
Good
commission.
morning.
So Mr. Wilson referred to some of the changes that we're going to start to see in the offices with respect to COVID-19. It appears that the governor is going to lift some of the restrictions on June 15th. And the CEO has indicated that our offices will then be open to the public on June 15th. However, OSHA has not changed their requirements. So that means that in the offices, we still have to wear masks and remain socially distanced or physically distanced. So when people come in, we can ask them to wear masks. We can have masks provided for them so that they can comply with the standards that we have to comply with. We are going to be working on trying to have appointments, either in-person appointments or virtual appointments, so that we can ensure that our staff feels comfortable and remains safe. But we also do have plexiglass up at our counters so that there is some separation between visitors to the office and the staff that are manning those stations. We do not, I have no plans to transition, or the department has no plans to transition the hearing bodies back to in-person hearings until OSHA reconsiders those standards. And it appears that that will happen at the end of July. So that's barring any unforeseen circumstances. Right now, we have provisions, temporary provisions in the Brown Act that allow us to function via Zoom. If those are lifted, we'll have to make a different decision. But right now, my plan is to wait until OSHA lifts those standards and we can kind of come back to a more normal setting. We do have, if we were required to come back in person, we could certainly, we have spacing set up in the hearing room, and, you know, we could accommodate it, but my hope is that we will not be put in that position. And we're working with I'm working with our lobbyist to see what kind of provisions we can at least maintain in the Brown Act temporarily, and then some that we might be able to maintain permanently. It looks like the state is going to, I've talked about this, is going to allow virtual participation by members of the public, but we're interested, and a couple other counties are interested in allowing planning commissioners to participate virtually if they need to. So right now, if we do that, we've got to post where that planning commissioner is. We've got to provide an address. The public has to be able to attend that spot. Oh, yeah. So the Brown Act has some very strict standards. So we're trying to see if we can get that amended. Because a lot of, I mean, the Planning Commission, not as much, doesn't struggle with absenteeism as much as other commissions do. And so we think that the ability to allow people to testify or participate remotely, either as a member of the public or as a member of a commission or board, would improve attendance and keep our processes moving more smoothly. So I'll keep you posted on our efforts there. I also wanted to let you know that we are working on a refresh of the Planning Commission hearing room. So you'll see, I don't know what the schedule is. We're working on the planning efforts with it now with General Services. I'll update you once I know what the schedule will be, but that will, we're going to have at least plugs and stations where you can plug in computers and things like that up at your dais. We're going to change the way the staff table functions. We're going to have the presenter be down at the staff table like they are in Santa Maria, and have more permanent setups at that staff table, so just to make the space a little more functional. And then there'll be some monitor changes and some camera adjustments, and they're going to try and work on the audio to make sure everybody in the audience can hear. So it's exciting to get some improvements there. And then in terms of board actions, since last we met, the board yesterday approved the majority of the CREF applications that came through. And just to give you a little bit of an idea of the types of things that they saw, and forgive me if I don't believe you were briefed on this, were you? on the CREF applications. Yeah, you don't normally get briefed on it, but there's some really great things that people are doing out there. And just to kind of give you an idea, the Nature Track is an organization that takes people out into the wilderness and to the beaches. And one of their objectives is to get people who are disabled out. And so they requested a grant for this beach-friendly wheelchair. And it's really quite amazing. I mean, it's like a four-wheel drive car, essentially. And people can go on trails, they can go on beaches. And so that really helps to get out kids and adults that aren't able to see some of the resources that other folks are. So that was really neat. The Wildlife Care Network wanted some upgrades to their seabird complex. They do really amazing work with birds that where nests are lost, or they have oiled birds. And so that was really, really neat. Another group received funding for marine education for kids between kindergarten and 5th grade. Channel Keeper received some funding for a Watershed Brigade project. And then the Community Services Department sought money for Lookout Park for erosion project down there in Summerland. And through some jockeying with the board, that project is now going to get funding out of the budget. And the project for the Lompoc Unified School District is going to receive additional funding. So they have a coastal splash zone exhibit. It's Cabrillo High School that does it. And so they increased the funding for that. There was a kelp restoration project the board did not fund out in Goleta because they wanted more information on it. And so they've asked the applicant to come back with more information, to talk to them in a year, and then we'll see whether or not there would be some type of funding available for them. The city of Santa Barbara requested money for an open space improvement project along Arroyo Creek in the open space that's across the street from Elings Park. So they'll be doing some work there. And the Land Trust sought funding for a conservation easement of Arroyo Ranch. And they did receive some funding for that. And then they also, the Santa Maria Natural History Museum was seeking upgrades to the coastal exhibits, so that they received some funding for that. So a lot of really great stuff. It's kind of the feel-good things that we get to see. And it's really nice that the county does have this mitigation funding to be able to help out organizations in their efforts in the coastal areas. So that was the main action that the board took yesterday. And then future board items, sorry, hold on, my notes closed up on me. Future board items for next week are the ADU ordinance. We are gonna have these utility grade solar project is going back to the board on 6/15 to make sure we have the scope of work correct. I've mentioned that. Also, last meeting, we talked a little bit about the pallet housing, and our building and safety division is taking forward an emergency housing code to the board on the 15th of June, as well as for the first reading. And that is basically, it's modifications to our code for this type of housing, so that you can have units that are smaller than you typically be allowed in the code, and different variations to the code for this sort of emergency transitional housing. And then we will, on the 22nd of June, will be the Melville appeal of the SF Farms application. And I think that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, quite a lot of information there. Thank you, Director Plowman. Looks like we have some questions. Commissioner Cooney, your hand was up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was left over from the minute approval, but I would just comment that I personally miss the in-person meetings that we normally have, and I realize there are obstacles to doing that, but in terms of desire to get out of my office and be able to converse and decide cases with public and my fellow commissioners, it can't happen soon enough.
Noted.
Well said,
Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Bradley?
I would totally concur with that, and I can imagine the complications at the county with the variety of commissions that you have. I'm really interested in what's going to happen with the BARs, because you can't be 6 feet away and look at a set of plans unless it's all on a screen. So I look forward to future updates about that. The question, you did cover a lot of stuff, so I've just got a quick hit list. The refreshing of the hearing room, is there any chance that's going to include cameras for the table that has plans on it, like they have at the city of Santa Barbara with their hearing room? No, that continues to be a not funded thing.
I
Okay.
think what will, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, what we're going to try and continue to do is have the plans on the monitor. I mean, on the screen. So
Yeah,
people, and we can zoom in and out on that.
so that'll be better. Yeah,
I think so.
okay. That'll be a huge improvement, I know. Okay.
Yeah.
And
And that's
then,
what we've been doing
yeah.
during COVID. We've been able to do that. We have the plans on the screen, everything's remote, and people can see the plans more closely.
I've monitored a couple of those hearings, and my hats go off to everybody on the BARs, because, you've got 45 sheets on your plan set, and someone on the board's having to scroll through it while we're trying to find a detail on sheet, C8. It's, if the planning commission thinks that we're struggling, just watch one of those BAR meetings. So every time I run into one of them, I thank them for coping with it,
Yeah, they're doing an amazing job.
Listen, I had a couple other really quick questions. The KELP application for CREF, who was the applicant on that? Because I seem to remember something from a school trying to do
Fish
it.
Reef Project, that's the applicant.
Okay.
And
I
it's
think
out
it's-
off Goleta Beach. And I think the board just wanted to make sure that it was a different technology or method that had been used by Beacon. And so the board was interested in seeing more data on the effectiveness of that methodology.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you. Great report, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
Well, I too look forward to the live hearings. I'm a little anxious about having to dress up in Italian suits again and learn how to retie a tie.
We can get you a
But,
clip on.
yeah, maybe we can do a workshop on how to do that again. I'm very interested in how we allow the public to participate. And we talked about that last year in some sort of a planning commission session. And I know we talked about that at the APA conference and also at the planning commission. And now I conflate the two, and I can't remember which conversation was which. But I know we had that conversation about increasing public participation. And I would hope that as your plans became more certain as to when we can go back to hearings in person, that we slip in time for a little mini workshop here at the Planning Commission at some meeting this summer to talk about the ideas for increasing public participation, which of course the main one is virtual appearance through Zoom or whatever. So that's a request that I would make. Also, I did appreciate your report on coastal resource enhancement funds. I have fond memories when that very first started of making applications for the land trust, when David Yeager was the chairman of the board of supervisors, and we would ask for 10,000 for this and 6,000 for that. And I was kind of wondering when you mentioned this, I think it was last week or the week before, what's the CREF annual budget now? Then I was thinking, and where does it come from? Because we've had so much oil development closed down on the coast, but that may be another day. So thank you for that report.
Sure.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Just
yeah,
Sort of spin off of Commissioner Park's comment about public participation. I really do think the virtual participation has been huge in allowing people more flexibility. And making it more possible for people to participate. They don't have to come to the hearing room, sit and wait for an item that may or may not ever be heard, depending on schedules or whatnot. And so I'm very excited for the public to be able to participate virtually. And I think it's been very meaningful in that way. That's it.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll move on to the standard agenda. Item 1 is first, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Orchid Rancho LLC, property owner, to consider case numbers 17 GPA 5, 16 SPP 1, 16 TRM 3 and 4, 16 DVP 8, 17 DVP 11, 16 CUP 33, 16 RDN 2, 20 GOV 4, and 19 EIR 2. And I believe.
Okay, would that be Mr. Stewart or Ms. Harris?
Good morning, Chair Farini and Commissioners. Sean Stewart speaking, staff planner for the neighborhoods of Willow Creek and Hidden Canyon project. This project was last before your commission on April 28th, where it was continued to today to allow additional time for review of the project's denial findings with no additional direction to staff. Therefore, staff had not anticipated the preparation of any materials for today's hearing. However, a continuance request was received from the applicant yesterday, and therefore staff prepared a memo detailing the basis for the continuance request and outlined what would be the appropriate action and requested continuance date of June 30th, should your commission choose to grant that request. However, as your commission is likely aware, another letter came in late last night from the law office representing the Rancho Maria Golf Course, which indicated that the continuance request should not be granted and the denial findings should be adopted. Therefore, it may be in the interest of your commission to hear further from both parties today on the basis of the continuance request and the prospective 2 upcoming mediation dates between the parties. Staff is standing by to assist you with your chosen action today, which includes a number of options, from continuing the item to a future date, which has been tentatively identified as June 30th, denying the project by adopting one of the 2 prepared sets of denial findings, those being from either the original denial findings prepared for the April 7th hearing date or the April 28th hearing date, or should the commission feel it necessary for staff to further refine the findings as potentially indicated at the last hearing. Staff is ready to receive that direction today, and a continuance date can be selected to return with revised denial findings. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stewart. We need to go back. We need planning commissioner's site visit and ex parte disclosures. I have spoken with Ms. Romero for the applicant, and I also have received a phone call from Mike O'Keefe with Rancho Maria Golf Course. Commissioner Park.
I saw Ms. Romero's a letter, but I think that's part of the public record, and so Ms. Perez's letter from Monday. But my ex parte communications would be: I spoke on the telephone with Perez, spoke on the telephone with Gavin Moores twice, and received some copies of emails from the bankruptcy court from Mr. Moores. And if those have not been sent to Mr. Villalobos to be in the public record, I need to be reminded to forward those on so they will get in the public record.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Gavin Moore, with Francis Romero, and with Mike O'Keefe. None of which had any substance to them, so there's No information to disclose.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley?
Pretty much the same. I spoke with Francis Romero last week and again this week, also with Michael O'Keefe last week and with Gavin Moores and Francis yesterday.
Thank you. And Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a lengthy message from Francis Romero explaining the request for continuance. And I also had a call from Michael O'Keefe last week. I did not relate to the continuance. I think it was just a general call.
Okay, I think that's it from our commissioners. Just check your hands and put them down so I don't get confused when to call you. Thank you. Okay, with that, let's move on to the applicant, Ms. Romero. Welcome. Good morning.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Chair Ferrani, commissioners, staff, and members of the public. Francis here with TW Land Planning and Development. As Commissioner Park noted, you should be in receipt of 2 separate emails from me through David Villalobos. The first outlined our preference for the findings of denial that were prepared solely by staff on February 3rd and presented to you at your April 7th hearing. As you're aware, our situation is dynamic, and yesterday we submitted a request for continuance as a result of 2 pending mediation meetings with our lender and Rancho Maria Golf Course next week. We would appreciate the opportunity to see if we can bring back a project to your commission that is supported by Rancho Maria Golf Course. As I speak to you today, I don't know what will happen at those meetings, but we're going to try again. Our goal is not perfection or happiness, as perfection is not achievable and happiness is far too subjective. Instead, we would prefer to create a consensus, something that both of the applicant and Rancho Maria Golf Course can live with. Neither party should feel like a winner or loser if the mediation is successful. To accomplish this, we need your help. We need a motion to continue and a majority vote. We'd prefer a 5-0 vote for you to let us try one more time. Should there be any questions about the mediation or legal matters, Chris Stevens, our attorney with Fox Rothschild, is available here today as a resource to you. And I will, of course, do my best to answer any questions that you may have. We thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions of Ms. Romero from the commission? Commissioner Park?
You know, I appreciate Ms. Romero's reference to, was it Chris Stevens? I think I heard.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And I may have a question of him. I just don't know now is the right time for it.
Okay, I think at your discretion, Commissioner Park, if you want to talk to him now, go ahead.
You know, is Mr. Stevens on the line here? Do we have him?
Yes, he's here.
Yes, I am. Good morning, commissioners.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, I have a question on this. From my long practice litigation, whenever I think of a bankruptcy, I then think of the automatic stay. And is that in play here? And does that have anything to do with what we're doing?
It is in play in any, Chapter 11 restructuring, but it really, I don't believe has much to do with what you're doing. It could play a role if there were actual permits being issued, et cetera, and or approvals being issued at the board level, but it should not have an impact here. I think it primarily, the bankruptcy is a chance to restructure and move forward in a way that ends up best for everyone, hopefully. So.
Then let me ask you a follow-up question. From the emails that Mr. Moore sent me, I just want you to confirm my understanding.
Okay.
The parties, all of the parties, because it looked like all the parties were copied on the emails, requested of the bankruptcy court's clerk for help in getting a facilitator for the mediation, which is set for, I think, just Monday, this upcoming Monday, May 17, and that the clerk, the bankruptcy court through the clerk responded by essentially appointing Judge Basom to moderate or facilitate the mediation. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Mhm.
Ms. Richardson?
Chair Freeney and Commissioners, I was just going to also answer those questions if it helps the commission. So in terms of the automatic stay, that really impacts the county's collection of any debts that the debtor owes, and it doesn't really impact the commission's consideration. Planning is not able to, if the applicant has any bills that were outstanding pre-filing of the bankruptcy petition, there's an automatic stay. The county can't collect those, but post-filing of the bankruptcy, we're moving forward with their application. And there's important restrictions in the bankruptcy code that we essentially cannot discriminate against the applicant due to their status as a debtor in a bankruptcy case. So for our purposes, we treat them as any other applicant and process their application regardless of the current bankruptcy litigation.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, let's, Commissioner Blau, go ahead. You're muted, Dan.
Not being a lawyer, but thankful we have a couple of them on the commission. I don't understand the concept of the mediation. If Rancho Maria Golf Course does not want to participate, and I don't think they have an obligation to do so. So if they're telling us that they don't want to participate and they want a denial, why are we considering the continuation? And I asked that for Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Park and maybe Ms. Richardson.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
I think that's a very good question. And I had the same question yesterday when I became aware of all this. And that's why I carefully looked at these emails requesting the mediation. And it was essentially a joint request of all the parties, including the golf course. And the golf course was notified of that, was party copy to all the communications with the bankruptcy clerk setting up the mediator. Also, Ms. Perez's letter of Monday, May, whatever date that was, the 10th, specifically referred to them participating in this proceeding, mediation proceeding. So I don't think this is a case of the golf course not acting in support of the mediation or not wanting to participate. They've been part of setting it up. And a little bit more background from reading those things is this is not a strictly bilateral discussion. This is a discussion that's essentially initiated by the lender for the project. And the lender, and I never pronounce it right, is it Rompson? The lender wanted this mediation and wanted the participation of the golf course. So I hope that satisfies your question, Commissioner Blau.
Okay. I think
If you were telling me that the golf course is a proponent of the continuance, that's a different issue. I mean, if both parties want a continuance, I see no reason not to grant it unless you can give me one.
Commissioner Park.
Commissioner Blau made a good distinction there. Clearly, from the record that I've seen, the golf course intends to participate in the mediation, has been asked to and wants to, but they are also opposing, however, as I'm told just now by staff, they're opposing the continuance request. They want to have the mediation, but not the continuance. That's what I understand. By the way, I was not aware we had an additional staff reporter memo. I haven't read it, nor am I aware of this opposition by presumably Mr. Seltzer or whoever else is appearing for the golf course. And, you know, things come in so late, I'm not aware of them, and I didn't read them.
Well, I guess I don't understand the reason that you would not have or that you would want to oppose a continuance, but participate in the mediation. And I'll just say this, and again, it's a question of Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Park, but it's always been my position that when the judge or the court asks for a certain set of circumstances to occur, it's rare I've ever opposed it. It's never been in my best interest to do that. I'm just wondering if the fact that that this request for continuance is coming from the court, that it ought to be honored. That's a question for the two lawyers. I don't know how that works.
Okay. Commissioner Bradley, I see your hands up, but I'm going to go to Ms. Richardson first, okay? Okay, Ms. Richardson.
Chair Farini, Commissioner Blau, I just wanted to clarify the request is coming from the applicant for the continuance. The court is just scheduling this separate mediation.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman Farini. I think that this case has been very complicated. I certainly appreciate Commissioner Park's leadership in trying to get it to conclusion. And with the number of continuances for all good reasons by both parties, I would be inclined to grant the request for a continuance. Now we've thrown bankruptcy in the middle of the dynamics between the two parties, which is only going to make it probably more complicated, but at least there's a hearing date ahead where they might work out something on that. So given the fact that it's been on our agenda packet for so long, and given the fact that they're asking for a modest continuance, I think it's, you know, very appropriate for us to continue it. I don't think it's shirking our duty in any way. I think we've spent a long time on this case, and as much as we've got the two attorneys on the commission that are, you know, familiar with bankruptcy, and I thankfully never had to go through that step of law. I don't, you know, from a planning commission standpoint, I think it's appropriate to continue this, to let the parties continue to work together. This whole case has been about, can these two parties get together? Can these two parties talk to each other and find something? So here's one more wrinkle. I would support a motion to continue it and let that chapter work out. And if it doesn't work out after the date that they've set before us, then we can go toward the findings last considered by the commission on denial. And that's it.
Mr. Chair, just before we go any further, I just want a reminder that we do have public comment on this item. I do believe we have a number of people from Rancho Maria Golf Course who want to speak on the continuance request.
Sorry.
Yeah, we were kind of going into almost a deliberation there. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos, for helping keep us on track. Commissioner Park and then Commissioner Cooney.
Yeah, I just want to support what what Mr. Villalobos just said. I mean, I'm well briefed on this, I think, and I'm prepared to make a motion, but we need to have public comment and do all the things we do before we get into deliberation. So that's what I think we ought to do, is get into the public comment so we can then move on.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Cooney.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think this issue before us this morning is being driven by actual litigation between the parties, and it's hard to separate out our otherwise simple task of selecting findings and moving the matter along to the Board of Supervisors. But I have no objection to a continuance. One party wants it for apparently good reasons. I think we could hear from every representative of the golf course saying, look, we're in a favorable position. We want to get this nailed down now before we do anything else. And so that's the opposition. I think we will hear from the public, but let's go ahead and do that and we can make a decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Okay, with that great introduction there, let's move on to public comment. Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our first speaker will be Laurel Perez, and just to confirm, Mr. Chair, our speakers getting 3 minutes each?
Yes, 3 minutes each.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Laurel Perez. Thank you for the tee up on all that. I'm principal planner with SEPS representing Rancho Maria Golf Club. And while the golf course is willing to participate in mediation, it is not regarding the plan that's before you. The golf course is motivated in finding a new full Quayside plan that could work for both parties. So the mediation effort that's been discussed should not factor into your decision on the requested continuance that the applicant has asked for, which we do not support. If you are going to grant another continuance, it should be for the right reason, specifically to direct staff to address the findings for denial so that they accurately reflect your deliberations and the reasons your commission cannot support the project that's before you today, which you have detailed in numerous hearings, along with the neighbors, the ag community, the environmental community, and the golf course. As I identified in my letter submitted to your commission on Monday, the findings should reflect, 1, the project as proposed is not compatible with the golf course. 2, the bio findings for denial could be improved to clarify that they are based on direct impacts to on-site resources that could have been avoided.
It looks like we lost Ms. Perez.
We did. Well, we can give her time back if she makes. There she is. Now you're back.
Yeah, I'm here.
Findings?
Ms. Perez, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can now. You might want
Okay.
to maybe just
I'm not
repeat the
sure
last
what's
couple of
going
sentences.
on. Something weird going on with our internet. I'll try to quickly wrap. But basically, I wanted to suggest that the findings should reflect that the project as proposed is not compatible with the golf course. I think the biological findings for denial could be improved by clarifying that they are based on direct impacts to on-site resources that with better planning could have been avoided. The findings do already reference incompatibility with the adjacent ag operations, but they could be strengthened with references to the
That's not good. Mr. Chair, if you can hear me, maybe we can just take a small break.
between the two parties and some level of additional review that of course would build on the work that's been completed to date. But again, this notion of coupling mediation with this plan that's before you that your commission has agreed in large part should be denied, should not be mixed. So the willingness of the golf course to participate in mediation and work together on identifying a new full Quayside plan that works for both parties does not mean that the plan before you should be resuscitated. We ask that your commission finish the effort that you initiated, finalize the findings for denial, and recommend that the Board of Supervisors deny the project before you, allowing for a meaningful Quayside.
So we were having some bandwidth issues here in the county building. Sometimes that will happen. What I'd be interested in if members on the commissioners heard the Ms. Perez uninterrupted. Because sometimes that will happen if there's low bandwidth here at the county. As the Zoom meeting will continue, but we just won't necessarily hear everything.
I heard everything.
I think that we're fine then.
Okay. Okay, let's move to the next speaker then.
Our next speaker will be Arten Cheverdian.
Good morning, Chair Farini, commissioners and staff. Hopefully you can hear me.
We hear you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for providing me with time this morning to address the commission. My name is Arjun Shaverdian. I'm a partner of Nossaman LLP, attorneys of record for the Rancho Maria Golf Club in both the pending quiet title action as well as in the bankruptcy proceeding filed by Orcut on April 20th, 2021. You should have hopefully received correspondence in your packets this morning, which I emailed to Mr. Villalobos yesterday evening. Apologies for the late email as it was brought about by having to respond to the applicant's correspondence sent in. I will be presenting the content of that letter this morning in the event you haven't had a chance to review it, but would kindly ask that the letter be incorporated into the record of the proceedings. The purpose of my presentation this morning is twofold. One, I want to provide the commission with some important information related to the origin of and the circumstances surrounding the proposed mediation in the bankruptcy proceeding and what the parties can reasonably expect to accomplish. And two, to set the record straight with respect to Ms. Frances Romero's correspondence dated May 11th, 2021, requesting a continuance. As this commission may be aware, RMGC, Orcut, and Romspen are scheduled to attend mediation in the current bankruptcy action on May 17th. It is correct that RMGC is participating in that mediation. But I want to clarify that the mediation was not set by the court. This is not a court-ordered mediation, as one of the commissioners brought up earlier. Again, mediation came to light when Romspen was approached, and Romspen, again, by way of reminder, is the current lender in the bankruptcy action. The mediation came about when Romspen was approached by Orcut to consider providing additional financing to Orcut as a debtor in the current bankruptcy case. With Romspen being well aware of this commission's deliberations and your very sound reasoning to support findings for denial, it's our understanding that Romspen would only consider additional financing if the parties would reach an agreement to resolve the development disputes, which agreement will require Orcut to partner with RMGC to consider a new full Quayside 21 development plan as required by the OCP. So to that end, Ms. Romero's correspondence requesting a continuance completely misrepresents the purpose of the mediation and seeks only to put off the inevitable. The mediation is not to get RMGC to agree to Orcut's current development plan or make tweaks here and there, which is completely incompatible with the golf course. It's incompatible with the adjacent agriculture and has a lot of issues impacting environmental resources. We're not going in to make tweaks. We're not going in to try to work on this particular project. No mediation or mediator can fix these inherent problems and the issues with the current plan. Ms. Romero's correspondence suggesting otherwise is really not planted in reality. The question at the time of mediation isn't, as she puts, whether there's a possibility of working with the golf club as this project moves forward. Rather, it's whether Orcut is willing to finally partner with RMGC and its lender and the community to devise a new Quayside 21 plan worthy of financing by Romspen and approval by this commission. For those reasons, the commission should proceed, and it would be in the best interest of all the parties if the commission would proceed with proposing the denial to allow the parties to then proceed to a more productive mediation so that they can actually redesign a full Quayside 21 plan. Thank you again for your time. I'm happy to stick around and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioner Park.
Now I'm going to ask a similar question, Mr. Shaverdian, that I did of Mr. Stevens. And isn't it true that the parties jointly requested of the clerk of the court to identify a bankruptcy judge who would serve as facilitator or moderator for the May 17 mediation?
Yes, Commissioner Park, that is absolutely correct. When Romspen reached out to us indicating that their belief was that obviously this project is going to be denied and is not going far, that whether we'd be agreeable to meeting with the parties and talking about whether there's any viability of any other type of project going forward. Of course, as RMGC has always said during these meetings, that we are interested in a full Quayside 21 plan, but that would require the parties to partner up and do that plan. And so, yes, we did indicate to Romspen, and I believe Romspen then communicated that to Orcutt, that we are interested in meeting and having a mediation to come up with a full Quayside 21 plan.
And isn't it true that Judge Basom, bankruptcy Judge Basom, has agreed to facilitate or moderate the mediation?
Yes, that is correct. The Judge Basin has been selected as a facilitator for this meeting on May 17th.
You might be interested in going in. Thank you, Mr. Cheverdian.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Mr. Moores, I see your hands up, but we're in public comment. And so you can comment then when your name comes up. Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, who's next?
Our next speaker will be Michael O'Keefe.
Thank you, commissioners, for letting me speak. I'm just going to reiterate a little bit of what's already been said. The only way to a better plan for this key site is through a denial. Rancho Maria and its board of directors are fully willing to participate in a full site specific plan that creates a better plan for housing and is compatible with the golf course, and that's appropriate for this unique site. The idea that we want no housing at all is just a lie. A good development that enhances the golf course would be greatly beneficial to us. In fact, with the help of Owen Larkin, who approached us, we have formulated a plan that is great for the housing, great for the golf course, pulls away from the agriculture, and protects the biological resources. He is the top environmental developer in the country. Mr. Larkin got to know us because we have been working with him growing an experimental drought-resistant turf that he wants to put on his future golf development. He fell in love with this site and felt like we were being bullied and wanted to get involved. We have helped Mr. Wells by supplying him carts for him and his team over 50 times to drive through our golf course to look over his property. He approached me one time with a request for land to build a road right through our first 9 holes in exchange for a sewer hookup. When I refused, he threatened us by stating he would fence off a section of our golf course and our water supply. He also stated that he would ruin the O'Keefe boys. You know, who in the world could possibly work with someone like that? So we have no intention of mediating and negotiating with them. It is just to massage and tweak their amended plan. It needs to be denied so that a great project can be worked out where everyone can be a winner. And I believe that's true. Everybody could be a winner. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos.
Our next speaker will be Alan Seltzer.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Let me just address Commissioner Park's question of Mr. Cheverdian. There's no linkage between Rancho Maria's golf course's agreement to participate in a mediation and the adoption of findings of denial in this project. The court didn't request the mediation. Romspen approached Rancho Maria, recognizing that without participation of Rancho Maria in a full site plan, it was likely no acceptable development could be approved by all regulatory jurisdictions, agencies with jurisdiction over the project, and that financially it could succeed. Rancho Maria has always been committed to a full key site plan, and so we agreed to participate in the mediation. That's entirely different than the proceedings before you. They're not linked. If you're inclined to continue this hearing, do it for the right reason, as Ms. Perez said. Do it so that you can give staff direction and time to return with adequate findings that support the 3 grounds your deliberations identified in stating your intent to recommend denial of this project as proposed. Look, I understand fatigue and we're all exhausted at this point, but don't let that wipe away your memory or the record of these proceedings and allow false narratives that the applicant is promoting to misdirect you. This project went wrong at the beginning when the applicant and staff ignored the Orcutt plan's first requirement and development standard to prepare a full key site-specific plan before accepting, much less approving a development application. But the applicant went alone. Its go-alone siloed approach is fatally flawed, and it cannot be fixed with more minor modifications. So the applicant needs your direction to partner with the golf course and now Romspin to address the issues your commission has identified regarding agricultural and golf course compatibility and avoidance of direct biological impacts. And as Commissioner Blau, this project has denial findings, but a future project can be approved. The findings that can be identified doesn't prevent a future approvable project. That full site plan, as Mike O'Keefe has already indicated, is in preparation. We're thinking about that, and we're committed to accomplishing it. So at this mediation, commissioners, the only issue really is whether Orcutt Rancho will participate in a full site plan with its current lender, Romspin, and the golf course. This plan cannot be fixed. So we wish that you take the time, if you're going to continue it, you'll get the results of the mediation. But the real reason to continue it is to get adequate findings that reflect your commission's deliberations. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker will be Cheryl O'Keefe Severn.
Good morning, and thank you very much, commissioners. Cheryl O'Keefe Severn, Rancho Maria Golf Course Board. We need to remember that Mr. Greenberg and Mr. Wells chose this path from the beginning. They decided to design a development without considering anybody else, to go it alone, as they like to say. They have remained stiff-necked throughout this process, rejecting help from Rancho Maria and guidance from your planning commission. They have pushed this incompatible plan right into bankruptcy court, and they are still choosing to push this plan there. The only solution is a denial by the planning commission, leading hopefully to a reimagined project, sensitive to all the special elements of Key Site 21 and our ag community. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Chair, we have a couple maybe participants. Cameron Amiri, your registration has you down for this item. I thought you were a party to another item. Can you just come on the record and clarify which item you're here to speak to? So Cameron Amiri, okay, so Mr. Amiri, if you can speak if you are able to unmute yourself here. Mr. Chair, we also have a couple of callers, and I just want to give them the opportunity to state what item they're here for. So caller number one, I labeled you caller number one. If you could hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself and just indicate which item you're here to speak on. Go ahead. I can see you unmuted yourself.
Good morning. I'm speaking on behalf of Cameron Amiri. Yeah, we're not on for this particular item. We're waiting for a different case number.
Which item?
Jackson Appeal of Hacienda.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we just have one more caller, caller two. If you hit *6 on your phone, can you unmute yourself and just let us know which item you're here to speak on? Again, labeled caller two, can you unmute yourself and just let us know what item you're here to speak on? Mr. Chair, I'm just going to leave that open.
Okay. Mr. Moores, you had your hand up earlier. Would you care to participate in public comment?
Chair Farini, fellow commissioners, yes, I would. Thank you.
What the hell has happened
Okay,
here?
let's see. You're with the applicant, so I think what we'll do is we'll put you in for rebuttal. Okay. Okay. Very good. Okay, so not seeing any more public, then now we will go to the rebuttal from Mr. Morse.
Chair Farini, fellow commissioners, I thank you for your time today. The reason why we sent out information late yesterday was that the Orchard Rancho LLC was completely unaware of any negotiations or discussions between Rompson or Rancho Maria Golf Course. I think from everything that's been said that's just now, one of the most important things for me to express is that it's great to hear that there is a plan that Rancho Maria Golf Course does support. But I would caution everybody by saying there was a plan that was presented by Rancho Maria Golf Course, which we mirrored exactly, which when we modified our plans to reflect the original plan, modified plan by Rancho Maria Golf Course, was rejected. But this is all part of the process. And I started these hearings by saying that I believe in the process. And I do believe in the process, in particular, the process of mediation, which initially happened with Commissioner Park and Commissioner Blau. Mediation is part of a discussion where parties have to go forwards to find some common ground. But today, all that we've heard from the golf course is espousal of their opinion that this project, as it is wrong. It cannot be fixed. It is not right. It should be denied, almost instructing the Planning Commission what to do. I take issue with that. I think the process is important. I think discussion is important. And I think actions do speak louder than words. And I'll be at that mediation, and my action and my commitment will be to listen again from the golf course and see what we can do to find out. One hearing delay isn't going to be a disaster, but it could be a solution. And if nothing else, it will help spur discussions for later on, because there will be a later on with another project. And irrespective of Rompson's opinions or anybody else's, there is a pattern here that has to be broken, and it needs to be broken through discussion. So that's why I'm asking for you all to continue this project, because I think it's a worthy cause in the process. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Romero, I'm just going to check back with you. Did you have anything you needed to add?
Right, just Chairman, tell your doctor Lexapro. I am. I'm going to the doctor.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Farini. I just want to thank everybody for their time on this. And as some have asserted that I've somehow knowingly and willfully misled anybody here today, I can assure you that that is simply not the case. I've never done that knowingly or willfully. And I believe that Gavin Moores very eloquently summed up the fact that there are a lot of late hits with this project despite its long history. And when they discovered what they felt was a reason yesterday to ask for a continuance as their agent, they asked me to submit it for them. And based on the reasoning that I'm looking at, I think it's a reasonable request. A couple of extra weeks isn't going to make or break anything on this project. So we'll look forward to your deliberations. And I believe Gavin Morse has just summed it up perfectly. So I'll not say anything else. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, if you're in deliberations, I'm ready to deliberate a little bit here.
Is she on dialysis?
All right, let's go into deliberations.
All right. I'm the one that got real adamant about continuing this project several meetings ago, because I thought there was an opportunity for Commissioner Park and myself to help mediate the two and maybe design a project. My concern was, and I'm probably wrong about this, was that there has been an enormous amount of money spent getting the EIR done and bringing the project forward with all the fees the county charges to do a development project like this. And I thought it would be in everybody's best interest that we try and not start over again, because you're wasting all the money that was spent before that. However, said that, it appears that's not the case. The fact that Rancho Maria is adamantly opposed to going forward and dealing with Mr. Morris and with Mr. Wells, that tells me there's no chance for us to do anything but to deny the project. So now my only concern is, what are the findings for denial? And Ms. Perez is exactly where I wanted to be. The real reason that I find for approving it for denial is the fact that I see no chance whatsoever that the developer and the golf course are going to come up with an adequate agreement on the development of the project. And it doesn't look like there is much cost savings to continue with the current PD permit and zone change or whatever is being done to go forward. Hopefully, as a result of the bankruptcy's mediation, they can maybe somehow allow Mr. Moores and Mr. Wells and the developer for the applicant's project to be totally revised. They come into some kind of partnership. If that's the case, so be it. But I don't see any chance for this going forward into a positive method. However, even though Commissioner Park and I have, been involved in this together, and he's my Brown Act partner, it is in his district. You have the right to make the first motion, but if your motion is for denial, and if you limit it to Mrs. Perez's comments about that the current plan is not compatible with the golf course, that the current plan does not mitigate the conflicts with the adjacent property owners, farmers, and doesn't mitigate the biological things, but that they can be mitigated, then I'm agreeable. My concern is to say that we have class 1 impacts that can be mitigated. That I can't support, because that's not the case in the hearings we've heard of.
I've been like this since
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau. Commissioner Park?
Yes. I am going to move for continuance, and I want to describe my independent reasoning on that. And I stress the word independent because I've sort of gotten the sense over the last few months that each side seems to think that if you disagree with that side, then you've joined the other side. And no, that's not the case. My belief about what we should do on the merits of this case is unchanged. I have not changed my mind. And I do not look forward to any hearing when we get into the merits.
Can you mute them?
Okay. And here's why I want to move for the continuance. I have 3 reasons. One, this request for a continuance is different from the prior request, which was for bilateral negotiation. And I think several of us reached the opinion that that was futile under the circumstances of that time. But what's very, very different here, and the parties know this, is the lender. The lender has the money involved in this project. The lender wants to mediate. The lender wants to involve the parties and look and see if there's some way to salvage this in some fashion. That's a very different dynamic. Also, the fact that it is involved in bankruptcy is important to me. For the last 40 years, I've been involved in litigation that often is involved with bankruptcy. I'm not a bankruptcy attorney, but I get involved in automatic stay. I used to wonder why, when I was a young attorney, that perhaps the crankiest judges in the universe were bankruptcy judges. And I think the reason why is they're typically not dealing with 2-party litigation. They're dealing with 15 creditors and a debtor, and there are different owners of the debtor and this and that. It gets very involved and difficult. It is truly the cliche of herding cats. And I want to allow this to go forward in a manner that I understand the automatic stay doesn't apply, but out of respect for the bankruptcy court, I want to let it go forward without us making a decision right before the mediation occurs. Bankruptcy courts are used to so many moving parts, and they're used to kind of having things stop for a moment, just for at least a matter of days, so they can see what they can do. And so out of respect for Judge Basom, who has been asked to be the moderator at the mediation, I don't want to make things more complicated in any way. And then as a practical matter, just because the lender is involved and because this is sort of the bottom of the ninth, 3-2 count, 2 outs, just like Casey at the bat for this project, I think that the parties have another opportunity to take a very serious look. They all know what the commission's headed to do. And in the case that there is some change in direction, then I don't want to have to cause a whole lot more work for the Planning Commission to deal with it. So I think it's best for our own selves to allow this mediation to go forward and not do what else we would need to do on this project right now, this minute. We can let it wait a little bit. So if the date of, and I can't remember what it was it June 30th? If that's the right date, I will move to continue this matter to that date. And with respect to the findings that Commissioner Blau has just discussed, I understand his points. I've spoken to him privately about it, and I will certainly take the time in the interim, if we all agree on this continuance, to make sure that the findings, there's more work on that, more work with me, with staff, so that it accommodates what Commissioner Blau has requested and makes things kind of more winnowed down and simpler for the commission, and actually saves time over what our discussion of findings would take today. So I hope that there's a second and we get a vote on this and can move on.
And I'll go ahead and second that and make the comment that in the 13 or 14 years I've been in the commission, I don't remember the last time that I didn't agree to a continuance when a commissioner in his own district asked for one. It's kind of a courtesy whether I think it's right or not. I just always think it's appropriate to allow the commission to take the time it needs to take to make the right decision. That's why I'm seconding and don't need further deliberations from me.
Okay, I'd like us to continue with deliberations to hear all of our commissioners. Commissioner Bradley, you're muted and you're next. There you go.
Thank you. I will support the motion for a continuance, and I just ask if Commissioner Park and Commissioner Blau, it sounds like, are going to take another look at the findings, and I'd sure like to be able to get them with the packet ahead of time. And my inclination, if we had to vote on findings today, would have been to go for the earlier version, the April 7th ones. But I bet there's a hybrid between that and the April 28th version that you gentlemen might be able to work out with staff. So I'm inclined to support this. And you know, it's a complicated matter. It's a complicated process. And now we've got bankruptcy in the middle of it, which is not the reason I would vote to continue it, just to assure Ms. Perez and the people with the golf course. I find it a little curious that they want to get this done and out of the Planning Commission, yet they're telling us in the same presentation that they have an alternative plan with the Larkin Group that they're going to try to work up and then take to the Board of Supervisors, or I don't know. I mean, the process is pretty confusing, and I'm pretty good about processing. So bottom line is I'm willing to support the motion for continuance, and thanks to Commissioner Blau and Commissioner Park for continuing on it.
Commissioner Cooney.
I'll support the continuance. I'm not optimistic that it's going to make a difference with regard to the Planning Commission process, but I do agree that if Commissioner park is willing to do it, there is a set of findings that can improve on both of the sets that have been submitted to us, so that when we meet again on the 30th, I'm dreading the fact that all parties will flood in with a bunch of late submissions we'll have to read again. But I really hope that will be our last hearing and we can send it along in the process. But I'll support the motion on the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Well said, everyone. I agree with everyone. We are pretty much in agreement today, so I don't want to get in the way of that. My concern is that I'm hearing from Rancho Maria on one side. They seem to be pretty adamant, and I listened to Mr. Moores, and he seems to be adamant that he wants a project. I'm hopeful everything can be set aside and a real project can come out of this. The project that is before us, I feel should be denied. And if we can't see significant changes to that, I think at the next hearing when it comes up, I won't have a problem voting for denial. But yeah, let's give it one more shot. It has become a little more complex, but the project's in bankruptcy for a reason, okay? And it's because it's not a good project and it does not have community support. And there are many findings that I believe are true and correct that staff has come up with. There are other findings that I think we could tone down or pull out and are not necessary. So yes, Commissioner Park, you've got some work to do with staff, if you would please, on working on those findings. And Commissioner Briley, now I've got your hand back up. So go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, but I just, to tag on to something that you said, Chairman Farini, was I don't think anybody on the commission expects anything other than findings for denial. I'm not expecting a different project to come back. In fact, I think that would be highly ill-advised at this point. We just want to get the findings that are going to be the best for the deliberations we've done. And I agree that there's probably a hybrid between the two April versions that might be best suited. And those are really, really important because there's clearly already litigation happening. And those findings are going to be the basis for litigation well after the county's done with this. So it's not about a different project coming back to us. It's just the findings on what we've already reviewed. That's my hope. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's go to a vote.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and hear about item 2.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, great. Yes, let's begin. And Mr. Villalobos, can you start us off with reading item number 2 into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Carpinteria Unified School District to consider case numbers 19 CUP 31 and 19 CDPU 92, and to determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guideline sections 15302 and 15303.
Okay, and planning commissioners, site visit and ex parte disclosures. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I had a telephone conversation with Craig Price, the counsel for the school district.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Ms. Liu, I see you are ready to go.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. Today we actually, you may have received a memo from me yesterday. The applicant submitted a request to continue the item to June 9th to allow them to spend some time reviewing and potentially modifying some conditions of approval requested by the Public Works Department. Staff is in support of that continuance to June 9th and would ask that your commission, if you agree with the request, that you continue the item to June 9th. And Craig Price is here with the applicant team if you do have questions for him about the request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Liu. Mr. Price, you can go now as the applicant, or you can wait for questions when we get there.
I can make a brief comment, if you will. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Obviously, the district is pleased with the planning staff recommendation for approval of the CDP and the CUP. We noted, of course, that as part of the recommended approval, there was a condition that the district comply with certain public works requirements having to do with certain off-site improvements, namely undergrounding of utilities and street lights. You all have a letter from me that I submitted on Monday, in which I pointed out that under the applicable statute in the government code, these off-site requirements are actually outside the jurisdiction of the county. And the requirement of the school district is that it give consideration to those items, but they're not mandatory. Nevertheless, the district, throughout the course of this project, and in particular reference to these items, wants to take a cooperative approach with the county, in particular Public Works. And as a result of discussions and correspondence that have occurred since the submittal of my letter on Monday, it's been suggested, and the district agrees, that we would like to have additional time to allow Public Works to review the requests that we've made for exceptions to these requirements, and the reasons in support of those exceptions going well beyond the strict jurisdictional issue, getting to the practicalities in a number of different senses. So we are requesting that it be put over to June 9, which I understand is really the first time on your crowded agenda that you'll be able to take up this matter. And at the same time, although there's a real urgency in getting this matter back and having the staff recommendation hopefully approved by your commission, I've determined through discussions with the district team that a continuance, if it doesn't go past June 9, will not impact the onset of this construction project. That would conclude my comments. I would note that our planner, Jonathan Leach from DUDEC, is also on board for this call. And so if it turns out that there are any questions that fall into his wheelhouse, I know he'd be happy to respond. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Okay, let's move on to public testimony.
Mr. Chair, the remainder of our speakers, I believe, have signed up for items number 3 and 4 on today's agenda.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Questions of the Planning Commission? No questions. Let's go ahead and move into deliberations and a vote if we can. Commissioner Cooney?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I would move approval of this continuance. This, unlike some other projects, is the first request for continuance we've seen, and for very good reasons. The district is caught between a time frame within which the project needs to be accomplished and the extraordinary expense that it faces with construction today. They feel having some more time to discuss specifics with Public Works will be helpful to the program. So I would move approval of the continuance to June 9.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Park?
I'll second Commissioner Cooney's motion.
Okay, any further discussion? Not seeing that. Any, Mr. Villalobos, roll call, please.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. Mr. Villalobos, are we ready to move on with item 3 now, or do we need another break?
Mr. Chair, I believe that staff is here and is ready. We're pulling up the PowerPoint. But while staff is doing that, I can read the item into the record.
Okay, if you would, please. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. The following is a hearing on the request of William and Ingrid Jackson to consider case number 21 APL 11, an appeal of the director's approval of case number 21 HOM 5, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Good morning, Ms. Owen. And you, if you would unmute, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. I think Ben will be giving the staff report this morning and the PowerPoint too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Singer.
Are we doing the ex parte disclosure?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, let's, if staff would hold on, let's go to ex parte. Commissioner Park.
I spoke with Ingrid Jackson a few weeks ago by telephone, and then I paid a site visit, I think it was Monday night, to the Jacksons and spoke with Mr. and Mrs. Jackson.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I had an invitation for a site visit. Can't do that right now since I can't walk more than 50 feet. But I did have a nice conversation with Mr. Jackson a couple days ago.
And Commissioner Cooney.
I had a single telephone conversation with Mr. Jackson regarding the project on Monday of this week.
And Commissioner Bradley.
I talked last week with Mr. Bill Jackson, and I had a site visit yesterday with both Ingrid Jackson and CJ Jackson at the project site.
Okay, great. Now we can move on with the, Commissioner Park, did you have something else? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. Is it a good thing or a bad thing of living in a community so long as you get all sorts of connections? And so I feel compelled when we have these matters and I have some sort of connection to any of the parties to disclose that, regardless of whether it requires recusal under the FPPC rules. And so I'm going to do that here. My wife is a CPA, and she worked for the firm for which Mr. Jackson is a partner she did that for some period of time, ending with her retirement in 2017. I'm a trustee of an administrative trust for my late mother's estate, and Mr. Jackson's firm has prepared in the past some fiduciary income tax returns. They're very minor at this point. I do not believe under the FPPC rules that this requires for me to recuse myself, but I just want anyone to be aware of that so they don't discover it later and think that I had some terrible bias. I don't believe that I do.
Okay, thank you. Let's try the staff presentation one more time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chair Farini, members of the commission. Today, as mentioned, I am presenting 21 APL 11, which is the Jackson appeal of the Hacienda Amador homestay, which was case number 21 HOM 5. Next slide, please. The site location is shown here. The project site is located on Via La Selva, which is a private easement off of Refugio Road. It is just to the south of Baseline Avenue. Also shown here are the townships of Ballard and Santa Ynez and Green, and Highway 154 is just visible in the northeast corner. Next slide, please. This is a closer view of the 4.98 acre parcel. Refugio Road is shown on the right of the parcel, and then Via La Selva, the easement, covers the bottom portion of the red hatched area and extends to the left to the two parcels behind it as well. Next slide, please. This is a timeline of the project. A violation regarding the unpermitted use of the property as a homestay was submitted to the county on January 12th, 2021. The property owner and applicant, as the same person, submitted for a homestay permit on February 11th, 2021, and the permit was approved over the counter on that same day. The appeal in question was filed on February 22nd, 2021, citing 7 different reasons. Next slide, please. The first appeal issue raised is the contention that the site had multiple unpermitted uses, including a store, a petting zoo, a spa, an animal sanctuary, equestrian center, and trailer storage. In response, staff researched the uses on the property, and the applicant has since addressed all of these uses. For a full description of each, please refer to the appeal issue number 1 in section 6.1 of the staff report, as some of them are lengthier than are convenient to present. Next slide, please. The second appeal issue is contention that the homestay creates excessive noise. In response, staff points out condition number 8 of attachment B requires that noise levels are limited between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m., and that non-compliance with this conditions or with other conditions could result in the revocation of the permit. Additionally, the quiet hours are noted on the rental agreement that the applicant submitted, and the rental agreement is a requirement for submittal of a homestay permit. Next slide, please. The third appeal issue is the contention that the applicant and homestay guests park on the shoulder of Refugio Road and on Via La Selva, creating a nuisance. In response, staff finds that the required on-site parking is shown on the site plan provided for the permit. Additionally, regulation of private easements is a private civil matter and not under the jurisdiction of the Planning and Development Department. Next slide, please. The fourth appeal issue is the contention that the operation of a homestay is out of character with the existing neighborhood and would impact the neighbor's privacy. In response, staff finds that the homestay is an allowable use in the Ag 1 zone district, and that the proposed project is consistent with the development standards and county policies required. Additionally, all of the neighboring properties are at least 5 acres in size, and many of them are heavily landscaped, allowing for still significant privacy. Next slide, please. The fifth appeal issue is contention that the homestay creates a security risk due to the gate code for Via La Selva being given out to the homestay guests. In response, staff finds that Via La Selva is a non-exclusive private easement and that private easement issues, again, are private civil matters outside of the jurisdiction of planning and development. Next slide, please. The sixth appeal issue is the contention that the applicant is advertising the uses of the property with unpermitted signage. This included a banner sign and feather flag signs. In response, staff finds that the unpermitted signs have been removed from the property once asked for, and that the property is in compliance with the sign ordinance at this time. Next slide, please. And the seventh appeal issue is the contention that the applicant will not abide by the conditions of approval, and therefore the permit should not be granted. In response, staff finds that the applicant is required to comply with all conditions of approval, and that non-compliance with the conditions could result in either revocation of the permit or the permit not being renewed in the future. As this is for a homestay permit, it is required to be renewed every year, and non-compliance can result in the county not renewing it in the following year. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission take the following action to deny the appeal, case number 21 APL 11. Make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings. Determine that the proposed project is exempt from CEQA review pursuant to section 15301 and grant de novo approval of the project, case number 21 HOM 5, subject to the conditions of approval included as attachment B. That concludes staff's presentation. I am available to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. We have any questions at this time of staff? Commissioner Bridley.
Thank you, Chairman Farini. Mr. Singer, there's obviously, I mean, this is being appealed. So I am wondering if in your staff report or preparation of the case, how far back in, permit compliance records might you have gone looking at this site? Because it appears from my discussions with the appellants that there's been a series of difficult situations between the two neighbors. And I didn't know, I mean, I know you're looking at the homestay permit application, but I wondered if there was anything else in the county's record regarding permit compliance before the homestay was applied for.
Chair Farini, Commissioner Bradley, I did look at the full kind of history of the parcel that I have access to as a member of the planning department. There was a previous violation. I don't remember the exact date, either 2019 or 2020, about the use of part of a barn as a homestay. It had been converted to a kind of living area and had been used for that. Upon submittal of that violation, planning enforcement staff did go out there, review it. The barn was converted back and that use was stopped and the case was closed. I do not remember any other violations on the case, and nothing else on the case has been subject to permit compliance.
Okay, and I just have a question on that, because we hear this sometimes from members of the public when we're doing our site visits. When you do that site visit there, I mean, you actually have to arrange that with the owner of that property, right? So, because yesterday, I mean, we can get into this in deliberations, but there were several things that the staff report said had been resolved, which were actually in the field again yesterday. So I know you're limited in terms of what you can access the site, and it's appropriate for you to contact the owner, but we hear this with lots of land use permit appeals, by the way. So it's not just a homestay. So I appreciate that you had this in the record, and then that was dismissed. And since that time, in terms of the barn conversion, nothing else has been filed officially with your office or the county, even permit compliance.
Sheriff Riley, that is correct. And I'm not sure what aspects you're referring to being back in the field, anything like that. I'm just not aware of. But if you have further details, I'd be happy to comment on them if possible.
We can hold it to deliberations. It's okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions of staff at this time. We can move on to the appellant then. The appellant has asked for 25 minutes. That's a lot of time, but we understand there are multiple parties involved. If you can make it shorter, we would truly appreciate it.
Okay, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. Hi, Commissioner Farini and fellow commissioners. I'm Ingrid Jackson. I'm the wife part of William and Ingrid Jackson. We're one of the appellants on this matter. We strongly oppose the issuance of a permit, and we're asking the commission to uphold our appeal for a number of reasons. Before I get, if things could have been resolved informally, we wouldn't be here, right? It's the whole neighborhood issue has taken a turn to where it's escalated into some pretty disturbing situations. As recently as the Monday before last, I think May 3rd, I was trying to get down my road, the easement road that we share. And in order for me to get to Refugio, I have to pass by the applicant's property. As I was nearing, I was about 30 feet from the gate that we share, and the applicant stood directly in front of my car, kind of behaving erratically, and refused to allow me to proceed. I tried to gesture that I needed to get by. She pulled out her phone and acted like she was videoing me, which couldn't have been all that interesting since I was just sitting in my vehicle. Then I tried to go around her. She blocked my egress again. I tried to go the other direction. She blocked me again, and then came around and started pounding on my window. I lowered my window. She engaged in a number of obscenities, yelling, screaming irrationally at me, making all kinds of accusations. And actually, it was so disturbing that when a little bit later, my husband and my son came driving up, and then she left me and went on to harass them. It was so disturbing that I had to call 911. I never was able to get out to the road. I give you that in background because that's the temperament of the applicant that you have before you. There's a long history of us trying to work out neighborhood issues with the applicant, where the issues have not been addressed. We've been ignored. And that's been the history of the dynamic. So I'll get back to that in a minute. But we strongly oppose this because it's not going to improve. As tigers don't change their stripes, right? There have been a long history of dog attacks on my family, my son, my husband, a gardener in my backyard. There have been loose horses as recently as a couple of weeks ago, running all over my property, causing a stallion of ours to rip a gate off the posts, and almost cause serious personal injury to myself, a worker, and animals that we have on the property. I give you that because it's been a continuing drama that unfolds, and every week we kind of wonder what shoe will drop next. Getting back to the homestay, our contention is, and with all the paperwork we've submitted, there's been a long history of non-compliance with the ordinances. There's been continued illegal activity. As a small example, the appeal was filed February 22nd. there has not been a stop in the illegal rental during the appeal period. Not only has it continued, but it's been ramped up. On average, there are about 2 groups of people that arrive every week and engage in what vacationers do right across from our fence. So regardless of the fact that the appeal was in place, the applicant saw fit to continue with the illegal activity as if we had never filed the appeal. With regard to the homestay, in the first place, at no time, even with the barn apartment, did the applicant ever contact, to my knowledge, any of the neighbors and say, hey, what do you think? How can we make this work? What would your suggestions be? There's never any of that. There's also never any accountability when we bring issues to her attention. Instead of accountability and maybe apologies when things go wrong, it's more blaming, irrationality, anger, and the behavior of an individual that you just cannot reason with. It's not compatible with the neighborhood. This street, these 3 properties have always been private, residential, behind a coded gate that we, along with the other 2 neighbors at the time in 2005, agreed to erect to keep the public out. That was the main purpose. Security for all of our families, especially because at the time I was practicing a very volatile profession, which had an inherent danger, and it still carries an inherent danger. Those cases generally, when I was on board, would last at least 18 years, depending on the number of kids. So the security issue is huge for us. During the time she's operated her vacation rental, we've had people wander up our road at late hours of the night. We've had people, we have them on security camera, and it's in the appeal. We've had people park on our property down by our barn. There are photographs that have been provided to the planner, reams of photographs. We've had, on a number of occasions, the horses, which are exhibits for her, attractions for her guests, run all over our property. One time during tax season, we had to get up in the middle of the night, collect her horses from our property, and get them back to her. There was never an apology, never a thank you for catching my horses. It's always contentious and distasteful and uncomfortable. In addition to being private with a gate, with a code, the security issues, it's always been residential. This is not a commercial zone. It's ag property. Both properties historically were developed as equine properties. The Flammers, a few owners ago, were very much into horses. And that's what these properties have been developed, and that's been the use historically. The burden on the surrounding properties is unreasonable and continuous and cannot be remedied. The noise, what Mr. Singer maybe should have done is done a site visit on our property and seen how close the 2 properties are. The rental unit is at the applicant's very top end of their property, very close to our backyard and very close to our living space. When people are loud, meaning screaming children in her chicken coop right across the fence, I can hear the commotion in my kitchen. When their guests carry on, I can hear the conversations it's at a level where it's uncomfortable. We've lost the privacy that we once had because of the commercial activity that's happening right across the fence. It's not like these properties are set up to where the guest quarters are on a different end of the property where it might not impact our quiet enjoyment of our home. This is our home. It's not our business. We live here, we raise kids here. This is supposed to be our sanctuary. In the last week, a couple days ago, as far as if we talk about violations, there was loud amplified music playing all night long. There is a video provided to the commission. I believe it is listed in the appellant's materials. That video is from this last Sunday, May 9th, at 2:30 and 2:45 a.m. The applicant has an amplifier, basically a guitar amp for anyone who's into music, facing not her property, but our property. It's a few feet, maybe 20, 30 feet from the fence line, blasting our direction. We've lost, with the non-stop revolving door of guests, we've lost our privacy. We've had trespasses on our property of both human and animal kind. This last Monday, a dog from that property followed the repairman into my house and urinated on a bunch of things in my entryway. There's a significant increase in traffic on the road because of the guests and the big events that the applicant throws. When she has events, which most of the time we're not notified, and so there's either congestion down at the gate for us getting in and out, people parking on Via La Selva, or when all of the parking on Refugio has been used up, both in front of her property, as well as the Amiris next door, then she routes the additional parking onto the back vacant lot. That results in nonstop traffic on Via La Selva past our house. The last event, it went on pretty much all day with the amount of dust that's thrown up, people walking back and forth, as well as the applicant's son shuttling people back and forth to their cars on the vacant lot. Then we have people, the guests coming with dogs. The applicant is already over double the limit for dogs on a parcel. I believe she has 6 or 7 dogs herself. She charges $50 a day for guests to come and stay in her Airbnb. Each additional dog is an additional violation. That has not been addressed by the planner. Let's see. There's a long history of the applicant not being responsive to concerns of neighbors. I want to get to a few things brought up by the planner, and that is the store. I know that the applicant told him it was just a garage sale or a few garage sales. However, if the commission looks at Exhibit B that's been provided, B as in boy, there is the applicant's own listing for her fan page. No, I'm sorry, not Exhibit B. It is M1. I'm sorry. It was a if the commission looks at March 15th, that photo or that screenshot was provided to the planner where the applicant herself refers to her store as a gift shop. Her words, not mine. In addition to the traffic that she brings through her own Airbnb, if you look at Exhibit B, as in boy, she has a listing for another property, I presume in Los Olivos, where she's sending commercial traffic to Hacienda Amador, her sister property. She's changed the wording slightly of the ad, where it doesn't specifically say petting zoo, but it does say, come visit our animals and pet our cows and goats and animals we have on our sister property. So word games doesn't get you out. It's the same song. This is a person who morphs and changes and is a shape changer. The signage issue, while she did remove the sign from the barn and the pop-up sign on the road, there is still a sign, a permanent sign on the road. There is also a sign on her vehicle, which is parked on her property, which I contend also violates the signage issue. So if we're looking at violations, the petting zoo is still in operation by virtue of, and the evidence is Exhibit B. The signage, there's a photograph of the sign of the vehicle in Exhibit C is in Kathy. Then as far as being responsive to neighbor concerns, if you look at Exhibit D, that was on the date where the horses got loose. I had a third party contact her. She was non-responsive and animal control was called. This is an individual who does not come to you with clean hands. She has a background of not following the rules, not following the ordinances, and by doing a court search, it appears that the contentious behavior that I saw on May 3rd has also been a problem for other individuals, as it appears that she may have been subject to restraining orders in the past. In order to have a successful homestay, you need a suitable property, which we contend you don't have. They're just too darn close. The nuisance trickles over onto us nonstop. The second thing you need is an actor who values their neighbors and treats them with respect and concern and is responsive to neighbor concerns. We contend, based on our experience with this individual, that there is zero concern, and there's animal control records to show that. There are a number of agency records to show that. So checking boxes for a planner, while that might look okay on paper, the reality is quite different. I want to make sure, I don't know how much time I have. I want to make sure that the Amiris get their time. I know they wanted to speak. We urge you to deny this permit, uphold the appeal. The problems are going to continue. If you issue this permit, it's only going to escalate. It's going to get worse. Thank you. And I'm going to hand over the time to Mr. Amiri. If there's anything left, I'll come back.
Mr. Chair, just before we do that, I just wanted, just in case, before you ask, I just want to let you know that we have about approximately 6 minutes left on the clock. I see Mr. Amiri is in the the room, but
Larry, you're muted.
Okay. So, Mr. Amiri, you have about 6 minutes left on the clock.
Mr. Amiri, can you hear us? Um, I think Mr. Amiri is having some issues with maybe his mic. Mr. Amiri, if you're having problems with your mic, you can call into the hearing room and I can put the speaker next to the phone. I can give you that number for Mr. Amiri only. It's 805-568-2092. The number again is 805-568-2092. Mr. Chair, we have Mr. Amiri on the phone. I'll just put the mic up to the phone.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Amiri, if you have hearing on in the background, you'll need to turn it off. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Basically, we are the resident of 1665 North Refugio. We moved from Santa Barbara to Santa Ynez about 2 years ago when we bought the property from Mr. Messina. And now I'm learning that you got a special zoning that you allow homestay in this neighborhood. We never knew about it. Nobody told us about it. The real estate agent didn't tell us. Messina didn't tell us, and actually the neighbors that is the subject of this discussion, we met the lady, she introduced herself, and she mentioned to me that she's living with her husband who is a director at Costco, and a young daughter of theirs, and we had no idea that we would have next door to us a homestay permit for them. So basically, we were surprised when I heard about this through Mr. Jackson about the homestay. And every week I have to see a couple of new neighbors next to us. So we don't think that we have the privacy nor the kind of a safety that I was thinking when I've got new neighbors, every day somebody coming new to us. Of course, if the county's position is that, well, this is the zoning of this area, I cannot argue with the county, but I just want to let you know, for us, it's not a comfortable situation for myself, my wife, and my grandkids, that when I see new neighbors coming every week, and I don't know who they are from out of town, I'm sure they're all good people, but it's not a very comfortable situation at all for us. That is my concern.
Thank you, Mr. Amiri.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, while I still have Mr. Amiri on the line, I just wanted to ask if you could ask the commissioners if they had any questions.
Okay, do commissioners have any questions of Mr. Amiri? I don't see any, Mr. Villalobos.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Jackson, that leaves you about 4.5 minutes. Would you like to use those later for rebuttal, or would you like to use them up now?
I'll save them for rebuttal. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll save them for rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we will move on to the applicant.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your turn. Yeah.
So was it my turn now to respond to everything that Ms. Jackson?
If you're the applicant, it is.
Okay, well, I did make a list. I don't want to miss anything. So just to begin, we moved here 3 years ago. Everything seemed to be fine. We've always had a good relationship with Bill Jackson, never had a problem until this day. We've always communicated, gate repairs, road repair, any little thing. Carlos and myself, we've always responded. I have many, many, many messages that I've written to the Jacksons. I have copies of them, always very polite. In response, I will get a certified letter. Mrs. Jackson would be so rude and attacking of me that I said to her, if it continues, I'd have to block her on the phone, which is what I had to do. I have a file on Ingrid Jackson for 2 years, since April of 2 years ago, when she would call animal control because my dog was barking. Animal control would show up. She called animal control because my dog was tethered while I was feeding my chickens, which takes, I would think, about 6 minutes to throw corn around. She called so many times, and I have the officer's cards. When the officer says to me, you need to go and file a restraining order, you need to go and make a report on this woman, she said, she would lean over the fence and take photographs of us. She would drive in front of the house and take photographs of us. Apparently, she's been stalking me online for as far back as 15 years. She has family photos of us all over the appeal. Family, friends. She's accusing us of, I called it a petting zoo, maybe out of ignorance. I never want to break the law. Like Ben said when he came over, it's impossible for you to know these 700 pages of rules. It's impossible. You're just a homeowner. This is my job. This is why I know them. So when it was brought to my attention, I immediately removed them. We've had events, we've had parties, and we always have them on a Mexican holiday. And I said to my family, I don't think it's right to drink and eat and not to be generous and give a donation to a cause. And so she calls it an event, and maybe we did too. But really what we did was ask our family and friends to donate. We've had parties, and we've donated to Friends of Wani that drill water wells. I know the woman who founded the nonprofit. She's 86 years old and has been involved in helping the Maasai in Kenya for 30 years. We've donated, I don't know, $60,000 to them. We donated to Teddy Bear Cancer Foundation, and we had 6 children from Santa Maria families come. Okay, we've invited Ingrid and Bill to all of them. We've said, hey, we're having a party. Hey, we're having a birthday. So it's not like we on purpose have tried to block the driveway. I do own the back 5 acres. So if I put cars there, I don't see that's a problem. I own the gate. From what I was told by the Messinas, my the previous owner of this house put the gate up. Now, I don't have any proof that the Jacksons paid anything for the gate. I pay for the electricity every time that gate opens and closes every day. And they have at least 10 workers going up and down. When the gardeners come, it's not one car, it's 4 and 5 cars that go up and down. Her horse trailer goes up and down constantly. Her trainer comes up and down constantly. Her cleaning people go up and down constantly. I have one manager here, maintenance man, I mean, Jorge. He comes 2 days a week. I don't leave the house because it's coronavirus. My son doesn't leave the house because it's coronavirus. Okay. I don't know where all the traffic is. The horses. Okay. I want to talk to you about the barn. I purchased this property and it had an ag unit in it. That's how it was sold to me. And there was a bed and a kitchen in it and a full bath. That's how it was sold to me. When it was brought to my attention, I immediately called an architect. I called Brett Jones for land use. I called McClellan for septic tanks. I mean, I tried, and then I said, what do I need to make it legal? Remove the stove and the bed, and I did. And we use it for our personal use. We're always outside. We have barbecues. We have children. We have family that come and visit all the time. We have a big property. We like to enjoy it. It bothers Mrs. Jackson. I'm really sorry, but this is my property and I should be able to enjoy myself, have barbecues, play music. I don't see that that is an issue. I mean, my neighbors, the Amiris, have their grandchildren over all the time. I hear screaming all day when they're here. They're playing in the pool. I don't call them and make a complaint. They're children. They're children. I can't put up a fence or I can't, we're living on 5-acre parcels. We can't get along. I'd be happy to communicate with her, but it seems to be so difficult as of 2 years. And again, I have a file. I could scan them and send them to you, emails between. And when she defaced us and was talking bad about us on her Facebook page, she accused my dog of attacking her dog, and I sent her a picture immediately at 7:30 in the morning that my dog was still in a kennel in the garage in the dark. We were sleeping when she wrote to me that her dog had been attacked. And I think this is when it started. She won't accept that it was not us. She will not accept that it was coyotes on the 20 acres of open land behind her. We are bad people, period, end of story. And she just went on the attack. She's an attorney. She knows how to word it. She knows what to say. She knows how to find information. She knows how to make me look bad. And that's all she does. That's all she does. Let's say the encounter that I had with her a couple of Mondays ago, I have never responded to any of her accusations, her nasty letters, her nasty text messages, her Facebook, her constant harassment of the system, writing to the county, calling the county every week, calling animal control every week. I mean, every week I wait for it. I don't respond to it. When I saw her barreling down the easement like she does because she owns it all, her husband told me, we've lived here for 30 years. I understand that. But now I live here as well, and we need to share the space. And she came barreling down, and I was walking down the easement, and I was on my telephone. I was talking on my phone. I did want to speak to her, and I did want to confront her, and I did want to ask her, why is she doing this? And why doesn't she stop? And please stop the drama, because it's so easy to communicate with a neighbor. It's so very easy. There's no need to call animal control. There's no need to call the county every time you dislike something. You can easily communicate with your neighbor. And I did block her. She could have her husband easily communicate with us. But it doesn't happen. It always goes to the authorities. Always. My horses got out. I find it so impossible that they would have to lift a metal gate, and there was a flat lever, how they would have escaped. It's difficult for an adult, a human being, a grown man to open that gate, for 2 horses to do it. And they have 5 open acres of grass. Why would they have run into Mrs. Jackson's property, whose gate is always closed? It just seems a little suspicious to me. And then she calls animal control. No one ever contacted me. I mean, I have proof on my phone. No one ever contacted me. And I said that to her. Why did you? I wasn't home I said, you were very capable to go animal control. Now, I did in return in these 2 years report her recently for having excessive animals. She's turned around and in the last 10 days have bought so much wood and is fencing up every part you can see of her property. I know for a fact, because I know people that take care of her horses, that she has 14 horses and you're only allowed 10. She made sure to hide them. She made an appointment. She made it possible to close the case, and that's fine. That's fine. But immediately fencing has gone up all over her property and hedges as well. So let's see what else I can respond to. At the spa, someone in the town, it's been coronavirus. They have no business. They asked me, would you put my business card and offer my services? Sure, no problem. I can't see that that's a bad thing. If it's illegal, I'll take it off. I had another friend who had merchandise, flower pots and ceramic ware and things, and she couldn't afford to get a place. It's coronavirus. I said, well, maybe I can sell them at the barn for you. And I did it during the holidays. I don't have a store. I don't want to have a store. I'm a property manager and my life is very full. I have to take care of a 5-acre ranch as well. So I don't have time to have a business. I'm sorry, that also offended her. I am allowed to have people come and park outside of my home. I am allowed to park and drive up my easement. Now, she does have cameras. I don't know. She has a picture of 3 girls. Those people never stayed at my home. For all I know, those could be her children's friends. But I'm allowed to walk on the easement. I own the first 5 acres and I own the back 5 acres. She does not want us passing in front of her house. And she has sent me very threatening text messages because she claims someone walked in front of her home and we were loitering and she was going to take me to court and press charges against us. It's an easement. You know, is there something that I have not responded to? Oh, the signage on the front of the street. My barn, my property is called Hacienda Amador. I have an LLC. I have a wooden sign, the same sign that the previous owners had. They called their ranch Rancho Soleado, and then they had an address. I took the same sign, except changed it and put a front on it and put my name and the address, because most of the addresses on this road are North Refugio addresses, and we have a street name, and people just tend to pass us right by. Okay, and the county, we show up at the Amiri's house. That's how the map shows. So people always miss us. So that's why. I had a banner on my barn because we had a party and we wrote, "Welcome to Hacienda Amador." You know what? Lazy that we were, we never pulled it down. But it wasn't excess in size. It's not illegal. I was told it has to be on metal posts that don't touch the barn. We removed it. It's not a big deal. The neighbors complaining, I wish somebody would contact me and want to know what they're complaining about. We had a neighbor, he passed away, that had a complaint that he didn't like where our garbage container was. So there's 2 garbage containers on the main road. One belongs to Patricia and Walter. I don't remember their last name right now. And the other one belongs to myself. He complained about where the placement of our garbage container was. I'm sorry about that. The music that she's talking about, I do have a radio and I did accidentally forget to shut it off. I'm upstairs with the chickens and the ducks and I have a garden up there and I use my lawn area. I happen to be using part of my house and I like to listen to music. I apologize. I did notice the radio stayed on and that's my fault. That was a simple thing. It was an accident. I'm not trying to offend anyone. I had a radio on. We also have children that run and play outside. So if she hears screaming children, maybe they're the Mary's grandchildren. I don't know. They could be my stepchildren. I'm sorry, but people have to live. It's 5 acres. I'm from New York City. Hundreds of people live in apartment buildings and they don't have all these problems. The only people that have come here are families that have been locked up. Everyone is so polite and courteous and well-mannered. I'm so appalled that everything is so offensive to this woman. It's shocking to me. Just a moment. Yes? I never give out the gate code. I go to the gate and let people in. And we are just so considerate and always say we live in a neighborhood. And one other thing, I've looked up on Airbnb. There's 180 Airbnbs in the local area. 180. We have someone right in front, Jesse Leva. The neighbors to the left of us also have one. And I believe the Amiris rent out their front cottage on a full-time basis. So I don't know why anyone's so offended that there's people around them. Is there something that I have not answered or something that you'd like to ask me?
Commissioner Park.
Oh, yes, I would.
Yes.
And is it, how do I pronounce your last name, ma'am?
Abood.
Abood.
Yes.
And you mentioned Brett Jones. He's a land use planner, correct?
Yes.
Land use consultant. And when did you contact Mr. Jones?
When I was contacted for the violation, I mean, I'd have to look up my invoices and my checks, but I would say over a year ago. So I called Brett Jones. I called my architect, Keith Rivera. I called the realtors that sold me the property because there's permits for this barn. I get mail very often for people that actually lived down there. So Janie Flamer made that barn, I believe in 2016, and there is a slew of permits for it. And this is how I purchased it. I had no idea anything was illegal down there. And how would I? Apparently it's 4 feet too small. 4 feet. And that would trigger $100,000 renovation with new septic tanks and sprinklers and I don't know, all god awful things. I said, that's insane. If it would have been 10,000, I would have been happy to do it. But at that price, I said, this is something that we use as a family. We're downstairs all the time. We're either with the horses or barbecuing or just being with friends and family. And it's not worth it. It's just not worth it.
And you moved to the property 3 years ago, I think you said?
December 17th of 2017 is when I closed on the property.
Okay. And how long have you had short-term rentals?
I'd really have to look it up.
Well, when did you start? Was it within a year of when you moved there? Is it just the last 2 months?
No. I want to say about a year and a half max.
Okay. And when did you become aware that we had a short-term rental ordinance in Santa Barbara County?
Well, I do long-term rentals, right? So I really wasn't, unfortunately, and it's my error, did not know that you had to do the short-term rental application. So I that's my business. I do long-term rentals. Oh, by the way, the house that she's referring to, that I say a sister property, I have a Victorian home that I long-term rent, and I do invite people to come to the ranch. It's a beautiful place, and people love to come here. So I just, wanted to bring that to your attention. Yeah, yes, I invite people to my ranch. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh, I'm just trying to find out when you became aware of the short-term rental ordinance.
Oh, when I got a violation.
And Mr. Jones didn't tell you about us having a short-term rental ordinance in this county?
We didn't discuss it. We discussed making the barn, the ag unit, legal. That was my concern, making the ag unit a legal space. Because I was told, because it's 4 feet too small to be a living unit.
Okay. And Mr. Jones won't be in the hearing today?
No.
Is that right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Abood? Okay, so that wraps up that testimony, and then now we can go back. Let's just check in with staff if they have anything they need to add. based on what they've heard so far today.
Yes. Good morning,
Hey,
Jeffrey.
Chair, Mr. Seawards, before you respond, I don't know if we've had any public comment yet. So we may want to ask for public comment and then we go back to Mr. Seawards.
Okay, all right, but let's do that then.
Commissioner Farini,
Yes,
I think CJ Jackson is trying to get on. He's telling me he's having trouble. He was part of public comment.
Who is CJ?
okay, thank you. Mr. Villalobos, so we're looking for public comment.
All right. Our first speaker will be Michael Harrington. Mr. Harrington, if you could unmute yourself.
Yeah, Commissioner and Commissioners, Chair. Yeah, this is Michael Harrington, and I work for the Amiris, who are next door to the properties in question. And as I guess you would call this anecdotal information, but you know, the Amiris driveway is blocked more often. It should never be blocked, as far as I'm concerned, but it's blocked. I've had people wandering around on the property, on his property, on the Amiris property. Music, I can hear music from the Amiris property. If you're at out at the far northern part of the Amiris property, which is the furthest most point, we can hear the music.
How could people get onto his property? He
That's
said people can get onto the, people are going onto Amiri.
That's a Refugio Road is a basically an ag area with very nice homes on it, large parcels. It's very serene. There shouldn't be any traffic, period, and there certainly shouldn't be cars lined up along the side of it parked. And that's all I'd like to say is my observations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I see Mr. Jackson in the room here. I can unmute him and see if we're able to hear him.
Okay, let's give it a try.
CJ, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, CJ, if you have the...
I've turned the phone off.
Okay, great.
So I am okay. I am able to speak. I just can't see myself, so I'm working this. My apologies. Mr. Chair Farini, Commissioners, my name is Charles C.J. Jackson. I am a resident, 26 years in the San Ynez Valley, and for reference, I am Bill Luton's first cousin. The reason I am here, you have a letter in file with three primary reasons why I oppose this homestay. I don't envy you. You appear to have two challenges before you, one for which you have jurisdiction and one for which you do not. You do not have jurisdiction over a neighbor dispute, but you do have jurisdiction over a homestay. I take issue with staff's report. I would describe it as a report presented from 15,000 feet. Yes, the property in question is in the proper zone district. Yes, the property in question has almost 5 acres. The problem with this assessment is that as properties develop, they develop in a particular direction. They develop with particular construction densities, et cetera. But one thing is quite clear on these properties. Both properties, the Jackson property and the Abood property, abut the setback to the north, and they abut one another. So the proximity between the two residences, and particularly the proximity to the rental portion of the Abood house, is within a proximity where all noise, et cetera, is an issue. So there should have been a noise abatement discussion. There wasn't. I take issue with staff's consideration that this homestay comports with the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. It does not. The community plan, as you may recall, was completed in 2009. This ordinance was about 2019. If you remember at all, the community plan dialogue in the San Ynez Valley, where we play full contact land use, the issue of neighborhood compatibility is paramount. It's why you are involved in discussions about events at wineries, why you're having so much fun with the cannabis ordinance, because the people involved in formulating the community plan, of which I was a participant both as the Valley Blueprint and as a contributor and frequent contributor to the community plan, and also I had the opportunity to serve with you on the dais. I believe this is an inappropriate choice for two reasons. One, the development of the property has removed the capacity for adequate buffer. Both parties have gone full bore into equine activities, and the remainder space abuts each other, and the noise component is very, very real. It is my belief that a homestay is not a right, it is a privilege. That is why you have the opportunity here to approve or deny it. The fact that it was approved on a ministerial basis at the desk is more a reflection of COVID than anything else. I'm concerned because past is prologue, and there has been an attempt over the last 2 years to exploit and push the envelope for the uses that would be described as a homestay. This is not a farm stay. This is a home, which was, and a homestay was based on a use of capacity, unused capacity to share and to get income from. The idea of a dude ranch, the idea of a spa, the elements that have been added to this concept are far afield of what the idea of a homestay is. I can't help, and you can't help, when neighbors have a dispute, and this one has obviously reached a certain fever pitch. But it does not get away from the fact that the homestay is the triggering point to this, because the use of the property for the past 28 years has been one thing. The use over the last 2 has been a dramatic change. Therefore, one other consideration, when I talk about neighborhood compatibility, I have to ding the staff because the sign that is supposed to notify the neighborhood that a project is under consideration was removed early and was not up for any longer than 10 days. I drive by there every day. So I would ask you to deny this. Perhaps in the future, the two residents can get together and decide about a methodology that would be effective as opposed to dragging you into it. But I think that this particular homestay will work toward establishing a precedent that will make more of these meetings on your agenda than you would like. I believe I am not opposed to all homestays. I have 2 of them in my neighborhood. One who sought me out, even though they are over 1,000 feet away and they have performed. That I have not had to suffer the indignities that the neighbors here have, and some of them are significant. Some of them clearly could have been mitigated by dialogue, but essentially this property has been a private and secure parcel for 29 years. This is the use pattern that has been established, and at present, one homeowner is attempting to unilaterally change the deck. And I believe that is a component that should not be fostered in the homestay proposition. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your consideration, and I yield.
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, hang on there just a second. I think Commissioner Park has a question.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, for all your service on land use planning in the community, so many of us in the community know you as a musician. And I just want to ask you a question relating to that. You heard testimony from the appellants, from Ms. Jackson, about a guitar amplifier facing her property near the property line in the chicken coop. And then you heard testimony, and that was blaring music into the wee hours in the morning. And you heard testimony from Ms. Aboud that she forgot to leave her radio on. Is a guitar amplifier a radio?
No. However, I have to confess There are a few Jacksons in Santa Barbara County, and there are a few Jacksons in my family. And you are alluding to my brother Palmer Jr., who is the musician in the family. I am tone deaf. And though Marlon and Jermaine and me are thinking of taking the band back out on the road, I'm not who you think I am there.
Well,
However, I have been up next to the fence, and an amplifier is but another speaker approach for attaching a wire. And I have seen the amplifier, and it is an unusual use for radio, but I have seen it and heard it in operation on the property in question, and seen where it is faced, and acknowledge that it would, it would be annoying over time. And you can hear it from my cousin's kitchen and from their bedroom. So I have seen that, even though I am not professionally musically engaged.
Well, thank you for your land use service to the community, and give your brother my best.
I certainly will.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, CJ, good to hear from you again. Question for you. Do you think that the sound volume exceeds 65 decibels at the property line?
I would say that it would certainly have been worthwhile to have measured. The problem I have with 65 decibels is that it is sound over distance. So no matter what you have, when you are 15 to 20 feet away from a bedroom window, whether the decibel legally is under 65, that particular measurement is somewhat moot when even conversations at the fence line can be heard in the bedroom. It is why I contend these properties are not good candidates for this, because the living space of the applicant is actually on the far side of the north end of the house, and the living space allocated to the homestay is on the opposite side and abutting the residence, the appellant's residence. It is that break wind on one side and enjoy it olfactorily on the other. It's that close.
I understand that. My problem is that I'm having difficulty creating a new criteria for the ordinance where if the sound is below 65 decibels at the property line, how do I justify not allowing that to continue? Just a comment.
And I would say, fair enough. I do recall us going through that on occasion when I joined you there. I think that when I assess that this property is not compatible, it is a compendium of a multiplicity of impact factors. And that when residents develop their property in a specific direction, they develop away from a functional use as a homestay when they place a huge investment in horse properties and residences and tuck them up away. I think these properties devoid of housing might be viable, but the selection of building envelope that took place 30 plus years ago put them in a proximity where a homestay is not appropriate.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to double check. We had one caller earlier who wanted to speak on this item, and we have one caller left in the room, so I just want to make sure it's the same person. So if you're calling in via phone, we do have one speaker. You might have to hit *6 to unmute yourself. I just wanted to check and see if our speaker who had indicated earlier that they wanted to speak on this item is still with us. So if you're participating via phone, hit *6 on your phone and unmute yourself, and just let us know which item you're here to speak on. Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone unmuting themselves, so I think
Okay.
we could probably move on for now.
Okay, so that'll be it for the public comment then, Mr. Villalobos?
Hold on one sec, Mr. Chair. I have a phone call. One sec. Mr. Chair, I have the applicant on the line, and she indicated that her internet went out, and she's actually not been able to participate the last few minutes. I would recommend maybe perhaps I'll defer to Mr. Wilson in his direction, but perhaps we can take a small break to figure out until Ms. Aboud is able to rejoin us in the hearing.
Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, I recommend, Chair, Commissioners, I recommend we probably should get the applicant back online. So let's take a 5-minute break and, well, how about this? I recommend we take a 5-minute break to see if we can get the applicant back online.
Okay. So we'll be back at 12:05. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, sorry about that. I was just on the line with Ms. Aboud. I believe they are reconnected. Ms. Aboud, if you could just unmute yourself and confirm.
Yes, I am back.
Great. Thank you for everyone's patience while we work through that technical issue.
Okay, so were we trying to finish up with public comment, Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, right, I had left, I think that we had completed public comment. We had just that one caller who I'd asked to unmute themselves, but they have not done so. We gave them one more chance. So if you're calling in via phone and you want to participate in public comment for this item, unmute your phone. You might have to hit *6 to do that. Mr. Chair, I think we can move on.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to the rebuttal of the appellant. And I believe, did they have about 4 minutes left, Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, I believe that is correct.
Okay.
Am I on?
You're on.
So I believe I have 5 minutes, plus there was an extra 6 minutes that I reserved for rebuttal, remember?
No.
I hope
You use that. No, you use that.
No, if you use that, you got 4 minutes left.
Oh. Was that with the question? Never mind. A few things, while memories might differ as far as the communication style and the incident from the Monday before last on the 3rd, I would direct the commission to the materials provided to the planner on May 4th, and you can judge for yourselves. With regard to one issue that the planner brought up, saying that the trailers, there are 4 Airstreams in question. So the Airstreams, the planner claims that the trailer issue was resolved. Well, the trailers were moved to another lot, creating yet another violation. So we are playing this ping pong game. It's only a matter of days before those trailers probably get moved to the front property where there will be a violation again. So these are the games that get played. With regard to the entire thing, it's just not compatible with what this community, what our little neighborhood has been for 29 years. We've been here since April 1992. I no longer feel comfortable in my backyard. There are loud conversations with loud men consuming alcohol and carrying on. And it's one thing to have family members celebrating and children chasing chickens when they're part of your own family. It's quite a different issue when you ask your neighbor to tolerate that every few days for a commercial venture. That's the difference. It's not like having your neighbor's children having fun next door. That's not the issue. This is a commercial enterprise. We've had to change our lifestyle. It's lowered the quality of our life and destroyed the quiet enjoyment of our own property in our own yard. I'm going to kick this over to my husband, my better half, and he's going to close us out.
Hi, commissioners. Let me turn your mute yours over there. I just wanted to follow up, and I think I haven't spoken because my wife's more passionate. I've been pretty lax on this, and unfortunately, that's kind of coming around to bite us in the butt. This homestay is not really compatible, nor is the enterprise zone that's adjacent to our property that Mrs. Aboud is trying to develop. She says it's parties, yes, but it's got to the point where now we gate our thing. One back to refer to her horses. The reason they head to our barn, that's where they know the hay is. Those horses used to live in front. Most horses would return to their own barn. They return to our hay barn instead of going to their own barn rather than from the pasture when they got loose. But it's changed the way we've had to approach our life here. It's not like living in the country anymore where you leave your doors unlocked. We now have security cameras. Like she said, we now have to lock our gate where our horses are. It's just been uncomfortable. And it's hard to fathom that after we've been here 29 years that we've had to change our lifestyle because a new neighbor wants to exploit the property next to us and put their endeavor right on our fence line. With that, I think I'm at the end of my 4 minutes. I'll let my wife speak or we will be done. And thank you for the time.
Thank you. Commissioner Park.
I think,
I have a couple of questions of the Jacksons if
Am I
they're
on?
done.
I'm muted. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Park.
I think am I audible?
Yeah, we hear you, but Commissioner Park
sorry.
is speaking.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you guys because there was an echo, so I turned the sound off.
Commissioner Park has the floor now.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
And I thought you were done, so I thought it was appropriate for me to ask a couple of questions. One, this guitar amplifier that I saw in the chicken coop, how long was that playing music?
When?
Well, you just tell us. When was
Okay.
it playing music?
So that arrived about 3 weeks ago, and the routine for a long period of time was it would go on about 7:30 in the morning, and it would get turned off sometime in the evening. I think the times varied a bit. This last weekend, the music continued to play all night long. I think for 2 days straight. And there are videos that have been provided to the commission. And I actually walked out, the video that you have is, I walked out to the yard because I could hear it and stood on my property and took that video.
And what kind of music's playing? What's coming out of that guitar amplifier?
It appears to be a Mexican radio station, I think.
Now, how long have short-term rentals been operating on the neighboring property?
Difficult to say, but based on their Airbnb reviews and when we started getting wind of it, I want to say sometime early 2019. We started noticing strangers down in the barn area, kind of loitering around. They would wander up past us. And we saw eventually, once we started getting wind of it, we started seeing some of the advertisements, and then we started realizing what was going on. We were never told by the applicant or anyone representing the applicant that was taking place. We would just see strangers appear at various places in the neighborhood that different people all the time. So.
Okay, so 2 years or more. All right.
At least, yeah.
Well, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back to staff now. Staff, do you have anything to add?
And Mr. Chair, and I don't want you to forget, at some point, we also need to do applicant rebuttal as well.
David, you want to go to applicant rebuttal?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make sure you didn't forget about it.
Well, I think I did. I thought we just heard from the applicant.
That was the appellant.
The appellant. Okay, so now we go to the applicant. Okay. To the applicant for rebuttal. I believe that would be the Ms. Abood.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I really take offense of Ingrid saying that people are loitering on my property when they could be friends or family. What is that? How is that loitering? And the other thing is, Ingrid forgets that her children had a band and we were blasting music with speakers from her house weekly, and how we could hear it in our home. And we never, ever complained. We never complained when her dog would come over every day because she left her out in 105-degree weather, an older dog full of ulcers, and I guess she had no water. She'd come and find shelter in our house, to the point that I called her every day. And at one point she spent a week here. And when Carlos took her back, she never even realized her dog was missing for a week. So she doesn't know how long we've had an Airbnb because it hasn't bothered her. This woman has nothing else to do but to harass us and to find petty things to accuse us of. You know,
Ms. Abood,
I can understand that this is a residential area.
Ms. Abood, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
It would be helpful if you could speak directly to the project. The personal attacks, you know, we just want
I
to know
don't think
what's
it's a
going on.
personal attack. I feel like I'm being personally attacked.
That's a different platform. Do you have anything in your rebuttal about what's going on?
My son wants to say something.
Sorry, the sun is a little bit in the way. I'll move the camera. So with the the radio, for starters, it's not an amplifier. It's not like I plug in a guitar or something and I play music. It's a radio, and if it's a little bit loud, I apologize. The day that she said it was on at 2 a.m, that was actually my fault. I don't want that to reflect poorly on my mother. I go up there and I like to relax at times, and I forgot to turn it off when I left. I 100% take responsibility for that, and that's my fault. Was there any other big issues that my mom didn't touch on that I could talk about maybe? Or do you think that was more or less it? I think that's it then. Okay, thank you guys. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on to staff. Does staff have any
Staff has nothing to
more
add at this
information?
time. Yeah, we have nothing to add at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions of the Planning Commission? Okay, let's go on to deliberations and discussion. Commissioner Park.
You know, I'm going to make an effort to be very clear and very direct, just because we're kind of into the lunch hour, and it's my hope that we can deal with this matter without extended deliberations, and then not have to break for lunch while this matter is pending, so that we can deal with this matter and then take lunch and move on. I'm going to make a motion that we approve the appeal and deny the application, but now I want to explain why. I think all of the commissioners, except perhaps Commissioner Bridley, have been present for our various homestay appeals that we've heard so far. I can recall 4. One was in the 5th district, and there were 3 very contentious ones that I can recall in the 3rd district. In each one approach was that the development standards are kind of check the box. Is it in the right zone? Is it a big enough house? Does somebody occupy, and so forth? But in each one, I brought up the beginning portion of the statute, and it's quoted in the staff report. The purpose and intent of this section is to establish standards that will regulate the use of dwellings as homestays in order to ensure that homestays are compatible with and do not adversely impact surrounding properties. In each of those prior three matters, I urged that we therefore could consider and should consider whether the proposed homestay was compatible with the neighborhood and did not adversely impact surrounding properties. And I argued at length, I'm not going to do it again here now, that after litigating rules of constitutional and statutory interpretation, contract interpretation for 40 plus years, there's a rule of construction that you must interpret a document so as to give it effect to all of the wording in the statute. That wording is primary. It means what it says. And to give effect to that, we are to look at whether this is compatible with the neighborhood and does not adversely impact surrounding properties. I point out that each of those three cases, in none of those cases rather, were they reversed on appeal. I know at least some of them were appealed and the board looked at it the same way we did. So I think that's a key standard, an obvious standard. I don't want to recite all the testimony over again. It's clear to me that the applicant's strategy is one of the best offense. I mean, the best defense is a good offense. And I don't think we need to hear that here. This is clearly incompatible with what the neighbors have been doing for all these years. The neighbors are objecting. This is not compatible. The behavior of the applicant is not compatible. Another point that bothers me, and it's one I raised in each of those other three applications, was what we commonly get is that the homestay operation was operating before there was ever a submittal for the application to have a legal homestay. And in each and every other case we've had, once the notice of violation was issued, once there was a complaint and the homestay operator was informed of their violation, they stopped. They stopped. And then they applied, and in two cases were denied, and one case did in fact receive their application. But in no case have we had what we had here, where the applicant was informed of the violation and continued to operate right up to this minute. Now, is that an innocent mistake? I don't think so. The applicant testified that she had advice from Brett Jones on land use. Brett Jones is a competent person, knows what he's doing. Okay, and that conversation, according to the applicant's own testimony, was over a year ago. She's been operating this short-term rental operation, and it's illegal until it's approved, for over 2 years. She had her conversations with Brett Jones over a year ago, and then the notice of violation appeared, but she's kept operating. The past conduct of somebody is the best evidence of their future conduct. This applicant has paid no attention to our short-term rental ordinance, has paid no attention to really dealing with their neighborhood issues. I've seen this guitar amplifier. It's right there. It's not a radio. It's sitting there. It's pointing right at the Jackson's property. That's the kind of behavior that certainly doesn't comport with what any standard of compatibility or harmony with the neighborhood would be. So for those reasons, I make my motion to approve the appeal and to deny the application.
Commissioner Bradley?
It might be that Secretary Wilson and I are thinking the same thing. I completely support Commissioner Park in that direction. We don't have findings for denial in front of us right now, but as all this testimony has gone on, I couldn't help but pick out at least 4 or 5 sections that could go into denial findings, including citation of non-compliance with section 35.42.193A, intent of the ordinance, 193B, permit requirements, which Commissioner Park just explained it has been ignored by this applicant. There is also an inconsistency with several other sections that I can eliminate, but my real reason for speaking up right now is that I know we don't have findings for denial in front of us, and rather than continue it to a later date, I'm wondering if staff has in its quiver shall, if we can trail this to the end of the agenda, maybe they can work up some revised findings for denial and we could still act on it today. So that is kind of a question back to the rest of the commission.
Okay, Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I just need to let you know, I've let the chair know this. I can only be here today until 2:40 or actually 2:55. So I was going to suggest that you redo your motion and continue it for, bring it back at the earliest possible date for conditions for denial. Just simply, if you'll make a motion to continue it, I'll second it.
Okay, Secretary Wilson.
Chair Freeney and Commissioners, I don't have anything additional to add to what Commissioner Bradley and I were reading each other's minds. We don't have findings for denial today. And to follow up what Commissioner Blau said, I'd recommend we continue it, provide direction to staff to come back with findings for denial based on just time constraints today. Looking at the projection report, I would recommend we continue it to June 9th. So that staff can prepare those findings. And as Commissioner Park has indicated earlier, we do have examples of previous actions that we took, and we could use those plus the information provided by Commissioner Bradley on drafting those findings, and then coming back on June 9th.
Commissioner Park.
I'm ready to make that revision of my motion, and I'm reminded every time by Secretary Wilson, and someday I'll get it. But let me just ask Commissioner Freeney and Commissioner Cooney, did you have any comments to add with regard to your preference with what direction we go here?
Commissioner Cooney.
And I meant as to denial or not.
Yeah.
Excuse me, do you want to go ahead, Dan, or should I? You're done. Okay. My comment is that whatever we do, and the position of those who have spoken is that we deny this permit, is not going to address the critical neighborhood breakdown. These people are living next door to each other, and there's no indication they won't. So I'm very concerned that that this is a closed case. It could be appealed to the board. We want to make sure our findings are as specific as they can be and as relevant to the homestay rules, as opposed to the bad behavior of really all the parties in terms of trying to get along. So I'll support the motion to prepare findings for denial.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Bradley?
I could totally concur with that and defer to Commissioner Park in that, actually everyone's opinion on that. I just wanted to get in the consistency findings and the code sections that I'm hoping staff can incorporate into those findings. If everybody else wants to hear them, I can rattle them off here in less than 60 seconds. If that's okay.
Would you please do that?
Okay.
Go ahead and do that.
Okay, so the parts that I think staff could at least start with, they might find more, are inconsistent with LUG SYV that was highlighted in the staff report.
You can't interact with them.
And also, hold on a second. Also with LUG SV-4. And then in the code inconsistency, I don't find this consistent with section 35.42.193A, purpose of intent, echoing what Commissioner Park said. 193B, permit requirements, because the applicant has continued to operate this site, even though there was a notice of violation and it's under appeal, as well as 35.42.193D, 4, and 6, but those may require additional information because that has to do with the signs. I can testify right here that I never saw a sign in front of the property. I saw a sign advertising the Amador business, but I didn't see the notification sign in front of the property, as well as 11A.
Commissioner Bradley, I hate to interrupt you again. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm on the phone with the applicant again, and she said that she lost her connection again. So I'm wondering how you'd like to proceed.
I think she got I think he got the gist of it, and it's coming back at a continuance, so I'm not sure that's important.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Chair,
maybe
I say put her on speakerphone and then let's finish.
No, that's what I was going to suggest.
Okay, so I just had 2 more. Should I continue? No, we're waiting for speakerphone, right? Are we all connected? Okay. So again, 35.42.193D, 4, possibly 6, which is the parking has to be provided on the lot because there has been evidence in the record today of cars on the street, as well as D8, 4, 6, 8, which is the noise. And that may require measurement. So maybe that doesn't belong in the findings because we don't have a noise study in front of us. And finally, a critical one, in my opinion, is the 35.42.193D11 nuisance response plan, A parentheses 2, which requires the owner to have a 24-hour basis to respond to the homestay. And today, Ms. Abood said that she blocked Ms. Jackson, and if she is operating the homestay, that is clearly not compliant with this part of the homestay ordinance. So there's a smorgasbord of about 5 or 6 things to put into findings as a start, and I would support the motion.
Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I just, Commissioner Bradley, I think, did an adequate job there. I have some concern about the issue of finding that she was given a notice of violation and continued to operate pending the appeal. I think I object to that, to tell you the truth. The fact that that someone has made a allegation that she's in violation, obviously today, if we would have upheld or denied the appeal and approved the applicant's operation of the property, she would not have been in violation necessarily. So I agree with the rest of them, but that one I think you need to take out. And I would look to my fellow commissioners that are lawyers as kind of like, I'm innocent till proven guilty. So I'm kind of the same way with this. I mean, she's been accused of violating, or accused of a violation, but until we prove it one way or the other, she should have been able to operate. Tell me if I'm wrong, but that's my thought.
Well, can I just interject something? I could go either way with this. It's actually something that Commissioner Park brought up, and I just want to quote for you what it says in the ordinance. It's under item B. It says homestays may only be located in certain commercial, special purpose, residential, and agricultural 1 zones, and in compliance with the permit requirements identified in Article 35(2), etc. Here's the key. The required permit shall be obtained and all conditions of the permit shall be satisfied prior to the commencement of a homestay. I am not sure that that same language is in things like an as-built conditional use permit revision or a development plan revision or something like that, where an excess of the original permit or maybe a permit was needed, and they come in to ameliorate that through an as-built permit process. That's a very strong sentence in that section of the ordinance. So I guess I would ask for, Mr. Wilson or County Council to help us with that. Because, Commissioner Blau, I'm with you almost all the time until I read that one provision. And maybe that's peculiar to this ordinance. I don't know.
Well, my problem is just to debate the issue is that if Mrs. Dude could reasonably led to be believed that she had that kind of an approval based on the condition of the property when she bought it. Now, I realize that ignorance of the law is no excuse, but when the county consistently changes the rules all the time, I'm not sure it's reasonable to expect all of our constituents to keep up with the changes in the rules. I just don't like that particular finding, to tell you the truth. Now, if the rest of you agree with it, it's fine, but going forward, I don't like it.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau and Bradley. Commissioner Cooney?
Mike, you're muted again.
Sorry, I have some background noise. What I was saying is I think we can move on, refer this to staff, and staff can check with county council as to whether an applicant is in violation if after receiving a permit, it's appealed. I think that's a simple legal question county council can handle for us.
Okay. I think we're ready for a vote. Commissioner Park?
No, I didn't. Are you supporting denial or not, Commissioner Freeney?
Oh, okay. Yes, I support denial. I think on the item that was being discussed between Commissioners Bradley and Commissioner Blau, if it's inconsistent with typical findings for denial that we use, I don't think we need to have that one in there. So I thank Commissioner Cooney for recommending we defer that one to staff and to county council. I hope you would agree, Commissioner Park.
And then, Chair, I think you meant to say that you're in favor of approval of the appeal. Am I correct?
Yes, I would like to be one of the 5 today that are in agreement. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Want to make that clear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me first address this issue that's been brought up by a couple of folks on past violation. You know, all you're asked to do here under this ordinance, very specifically, and Commissioner Bradley read it, is you've got to get your application in and get your permit before you start the homestay. It's not asking a lot, and it's not hard to determine whether somebody did it or didn't. It clearly didn't do it and operated a homestay for 2 years. This isn't really the typical building code thing where I'm looking at, you know, is my railing high enough, or is this light bright enough over the patio and that kind of thing. This is an ordinance that directly affects the welfare of the neighborhood. And that's why I think it's important to get compliance with the ordinance. But I do agree with Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Blau. Let's leave it up to staff to draw up what they think are the best findings. But I bring it up as not just a legal issue, but as an issue of whether I believe there is compatibility in the neighborhood or an adverse impact on neighbors from the project. And I believe that somebody who does not make an effort to cure the violation, even after they're informed they are in violation, that speaks to what their behavior will be in the future. And it does not bode well for compatibility. So it's something I wanted to bring up and is important in me making a decision, regardless of whether it needs to appear in the findings or not. All that being said, I want to do just what Secretary Wilson has advised, and that move to continue this until, I believe I heard June 9th, for staff to prepare findings for approval of the appeal and denial of the application.
I'll second that.
Okay, very good. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
I got to make one more comment. I'm sorry, and I should have done this. And I want to thank Commissioner Bradley for her very thorough comments on what should be in the findings. I really appreciate that. And I think if you talk to folks in the city of Goleta that she has an absolutely excellent reputation as a planner, and now you know why. So thank you, Commissioner Bradley. And the vote is aye.
Commissioner Blau
Aye.
and Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Okay, I know we need to go to lunch. So we've been taking an hour. That'll bring us back here at 1:45.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Cooney.
I just wanted to suggest that, given the fact that Commissioner Blau will not be here this afternoon, we had one decision to make, whether we could approve the minutes today or continue it to our next meeting for review of the minutes. And I think it makes sense to continue the approval of the April 28 minutes to our next meeting, which is on the 2nd.
I'll second that.
All right, very good. We need roll call for that?
Everything.
Yeah, everything.
Commissioner Blau, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, 1:45. Thanks, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, great. Yeah, we'll go ahead and begin then, Mr. Villalobos. So we're on to item 4 of today's agenda. Can you please read that into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis to consider case number 21 APL 10, an appeal of the planning director's approval of case number 19 LUP 480.
Okay, thank you. And do we have site visits or ex parte to report? Anyone? Commissioner Blau, your hand's up, but I don't know. And you're muted.
No site visits or ex parte. I just want to announce that for some reason she just go past 2:55 today, and there's 4 of you to make the decision. That's great. If for any reason, Mr. Villalobos, it's a 2-2, looks like a 2-2 vote, or it's needs to be continued, please email me so I can go back and watch the rest of the hearing and be prepared at a future date should that occur. Other than that, I'll just jump off at 2:55, and if you guys get a 3-1 or a 4-0 vote, you can go forward with it.
Well, let's be optimistic and hope we're ready for your vote before you have to leave.
That'd be great.
Okay. Commissioner Bribely?
I had a site visit and met with John DeFriel. Oh, I apologize. He's a really great compliance officer, and Brian Robinson yesterday at the site.
And Commissioner Cooney?
Nothing to report, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was contacted by Matt Allen, attorney for the applicant, inviting me to a site visit, but I was unable to get out there. And was kind of stalling a little bit, hoping Commissioner Park could be back by now. So I think we'll go ahead and we'll start with staff presentation, and then we'll pause when Commissioner Park returns and ask him for his ex parte.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Baylor.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. I will be presenting case number 21 APL 10, an appeal of the approval of the Central Coast Agriculture Cannabis Cultivation Land Use Permit, case number 19 LUP 480, filed by the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. The permit approved 24.45 acres of cannabis cultivation, which includes cultivation under hoops and nursery cultivation in an existing greenhouse. Next slide. As shown on the vicinity map before you, the project site is located south of Highway 246, approximately 6 miles west of Buellton and 7 miles east of Lompoc, along Santa Rosa Road. The parcel is bounded on the north by the Santa Ynez River, on the south by Santa Rosa Road, and on the east and west by agricultural operations. The applicant is currently cultivating cannabis on site. Next slide. On February 9th, the director approved the project. On February 19th, the Santa Barbara County Coalition for Responsible Cannabis filed an appeal of the director's approval. Prior to docketing the staff report, the project description was revised to clarify the use of water tanks and 1 well. Next slide. The proposed project is for a 24.45 acre cultivation area, including 20 acres under hoops, 4 acres on open sun without hoops, and 0.45 acres of mixed light nursery cultivation within an existing permitted greenhouse. After harvest, cannabis will be weighed and tagged in a new structure used for cannabis staging and equipment storage, and that will be open on 3 sides. Cannabis will be weighed and tagged there prior to being loaded onto trucks for transport off-site. The project also includes a new security building. There will be additional fencing, motion sensor lighting, 5,000-gallon water tanks, and over 34,000 square feet of landscaping that will be planted along Santa Rosa Road. The operation will require 10 regular employees and 20 seasonal employees during harvests, which will occur twice a year and last approximately 3 weeks each time. The project includes validating 4 as-built storage containers that are related to this existing single-family dwelling on site and not related to the cannabis operation. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the project area. The 20 acres of existing hoops are outlined in yellow, and the 4-acre open sun growing areas without hoops are outlined in orange. The existing nursery greenhouse is shown in green. The new 2,500 square foot staging and storage structure located in the northern area of the parcel is shown in blue, and the new 384 square foot security building located near the nursery greenhouse is shown in red. The cultivation setback is set back a minimum of 150 feet from the Santa Ynez River and a minimum of 800 feet from Santa Rosa Road. There will be over 34,000 square feet of landscaping, and that's planted along Santa Rosa Road and the entrance to the parcel. Next slide. I will now present an overview of the appeal issues and staff's responses, which are addressed in full in the staff report. The appellant cited 6 issues as the basis of the appeal. For appeal issue 1, the appellant states that the PEIR inexplicably exempted cannabis activity on Ag 2 properties from odor requirements. The appellant also states that the PEIR assumed incompatibilities between land uses would be reviewed by APAC. However, board adopted amendments to the uniform rules have removed APAC's review of projects for compatibility. The appellant states that the project should be required to minimize odors subject to the LUDC because the project includes weighing and staging in a structure that is open on all sides. In response, staff finds that the project will not have odor impacts that were not considered under the PEIR. The PEIR identified the generation of odors to surrounding receptors as potentially significant and unavoidable. The Board of Supervisors adopted a statement of overriding considerations for these Class 1 impacts. The PEIR did not rely on APAC review under the uniform rules to ensure compatibility with agricultural uses. APAC found the project consistent with the uniform rules and fully compliant with the Williamson Act. Lastly, the project is consistent with the LUDC, and odor control is not required. Pursuant to the LUDC, odor control is required for cannabis projects that include processing activities, such as drying, curing, or trimming, and the project does not include these activities. Next slide. For appeal issue 2, the appellant states that the applicant illegally expanded the project in violation of Article 10, and the LUDC, and this expansion was harmful to the surrounding community. In response, staff finds that the project will be in compliance with the LUDC. Cannabis is currently being grown on site, and the applicant has been actively working with planning and development to comply with the LUDC and obtain permits to abate any zoning violations. This process is consistent with P&D's standard enforcement procedures. Next slide. For appeal issue 3, the appellant identified 4 issues related to noncompliance with CEQA, including that the CEQA checklist and record do not support staff's analysis. In response, staff finds that the project complied with CEQA and will not have impacts that were not reviewed in the PEIR. The CEQA checklist is adequate, and no additional environmental review is necessary. The appellant also states that the amendments to the uniform rules are inconsistent with APAC's review, undermining the adequacy of the PEIR. In response, staff finds that APAC determined the project is consistent with the uniform rules, and the PEIR anticipated amendments to the uniform rules. The appellant states that pesticide migration was not adequately addressed in the PEIR, and it is a significant impact on the viability of legacy agriculture. In response, staff finds that the California Department of Pesticide Regulation doesn't allow substantial pesticide drift onto non-target areas. Pesticides must be applied in compliance with state regulations. The appellant goes on to state that the PEIR did not anticipate the number or size of cultivation operations west of Yuleton, and that these operations create a new impact of terpene taint on wine grapes. In response, staff finds that the PEIR analyzed concentrations of cannabis activities in this region. The PEIR also anticipated that impacts to air quality and malodors would be unavoidable and significant. There is a lack of evidence that cannabis terpenes result in impacts to the quality of surrounding agricultural crops. Next slide. For appeal issue 4, the appellant identified 5 issues related to the claim that additional environmental review is needed, including amendments to the uniform rules, new information regarding terpene taint, pesticide migration, incompatibility with legacy agriculture, and cumulative impacts, specifically those in the Buellton areas. In response, staff finds that cannabis terpenes are not a new impact, and the PEIR concluded that odor impacts were Class 1. The use of pesticides by non-cannabis agriculture and the regulatory framework is the same as when the PEIR was certified. The project is similar in scope to nearby agricultural operations, and terpenes and pesticide migration do not trigger additional environmental review. The PEIR anticipated cumulative impacts of project clusters and concluded Class 1 impacts would result from the program. Next slide. For Appeal Issue 5, the appellant states that the CEQA checklist is flawed and does not include site-specific analysis. The appellant also states that the PEIR did not identify residential neighborhoods as sensitive receptors, and that an initial study is needed for the proposed project. In response, staff finds that all potential impacts were addressed under the PEIR and will not result in new impacts. The PEIR identified residential areas and neighborhoods as sensitive receptors and concluded that there would be a potential for nuisance odor impacts to sensitive receptors. Next slide. For Appeal Issue 6, the appellant asserts the project is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan, Design Control Overlay, Scenic Highways element, Environmental Resource Management element, Agricultural element, and Open Space element. In response, staff finds that the project is not located in the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan or Design Control Overlay, and therefore those policies do not apply. The Environmental Resource Management element and Scenic Highways element do not apply to the project. As discussed in detail in the staff report, the project is consistent with the agricultural element and open space element. Next slide. For Appeal Issue 7, the appellant states that the Commission lacks evidence to make the findings required for approval. The project is not compatible with the agricultural element or Williamson Act. The project is not in compliance with laws, rules, and regulations because it has exceeded its legal nonconforming status. In response, staff finds that all findings can be made as discussed in Attachment A to the staff report. The project is consistent with the agricultural element and Williamson Act. Zoning violations will be abated with approval of the LUP, and the project will be in full compliance with laws, rules, and regulations. Next slide. For the 8th and final appeal issue, the appellant states that they are concerned with the adequacy of the county's analysis of key issues and conditioning of the project. In response, staff finds that the county analyzed the project in accordance with the LUDC, and the project is consistent with all development standards. The project will be required to comply with all conditions as outlined in Attachment B to the staff report. Next slide. In conclusion, staff recommends the Commission deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval, determine the PEIR is adequate, and subsequent environmental review is not required, and grant de novo approval of the project, subject to the conditions set forth in Attachment B of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
I was muted. Thank you, Ms. Baylor. Commissioner Park, would you like to declare site visits or ex parte?
A good idea. Yes, I made a site visit yesterday and saw Lindsay Coakley and John DeFriel. And then I don't think I have any other ex parte contacts. I've had attempted contacts, but just never happened.
Okay. And then did you have any questions of staff while you're on?
No, I did not. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Bradley?
I just had one question from staff about, maybe it's confused because there was some existing, but the number of water wells on the property. Do I have it right that the project is just adding one water well, but there were 8 and then they're losing 2, they're adding 1? How many are existing? How many are being retained and how many are proposed? So what is the net new? And I'm wondering, what is the purpose of the water wells if there's already farming going on the site, or there's a non-conforming grow, or whatever we're calling it? Can you help me with that?
Absolutely, Commissioner Bradley through the chair. So there are currently 3 wells on site. And I will say that 2 of the wells have been existing for many years, both of which were reviewed by Environmental Health Services. There is a new ADU that was permitted separately from this permit because ADUs have a separate permit process. And as part of that ADU, EHS required a new domestic well to be drilled on site. So I think that well is actually already on site. I think it's been drilled already, but it is a new well. And then one of the existing wells, which was previously used for domestic uses, was determined by EHS to not meet the domestic requirements for a domestic well. And so that well is being converted to irrigation only. So
okay.
There will be a total of 3 wells on site, and one of the existing wells is only going to be used for irrigating crops.
So, but the other existing well is going to remain as an ag function, right?
The other remaining well that I didn't address in my narrative yet is going to continue to be used for domestic purposes. So there is the security building on site is going to have restrooms, for instance. So there's going to be a domestic water source for the employees as well.
All right. Okay. And that's fine. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and the other thing I didn't mention, Commissioner Bradley, is that there is also a single family dwelling on site. So the existing wells, which are domestic, also serve that single family dwelling. So the ADU and the single family dwelling.
Okay. Oh, that one well is serving both those structures?
So the new well is serving the ADU, I believe, and then the existing well is serving the single family dwelling and the cannabis operation for the security building for domestic purposes.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on to the appellant's presentation then. Mr. Shatillo.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chair. As I regulate my time, how would you like to allocate this? Should we do the usual 10 plus 5? We hadn't talked about this beforehand, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
but
That would be great if you could do that.
I will do my level best.
Okay, let's see how it goes, Mr. Shatillo.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It may take a minute or 2 more than that, but I think we probably can keep it tight. So I'm Mark Shatillo, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of the Planning Commission, and I'm here today on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. As I hope folks understand, we're trying to get this right. This is not an abolitionist organization. And we have had some success in doing that. And I missed the beginning of the director's report today, but next slide, please. We did have success working with the same Central Coast Agriculture applicant here at the project that your commission reviewed some time ago at 8701 Santa Rosa Road. It is in the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan area, and we were successful in working cooperatively with the landowner and the applicant to upgrade the odor abatement plan. We tried, next slide please, to do the same here. Proposed a series of a volunteered odor plan, recognizing not being in the community plan area, there's no obligation for an odor plan, but we identified the elements which we felt would be appropriate to be included. And unfortunately, the coalition's proposal in this slide was not accepted by the applicant, so we're moving ahead with this appeal. And so I will move on to our appeal issues. The first, next slide, is the illegal expansion This is another one of those cases where there was no material cannabis operation going on at the beginning of the non-conforming use period, January 19th, 2016. As shown by both the photographs as well as an information that we submitted in our letter, as well as the applicant's attorney's water logs, it's clear that this site has experienced considerable expansion since it had any claim to legal use, and that it's our view that this expansion does not allow your commission to make the findings for approval. Next slide, please, is the issue of traffic. And there's two minor issues that we'd appreciate your commission addressing. One is the requirement under the Land Use Development Code that a traffic plan identify trip origins and destinations. And this slide is part of the plan set that your commission has, and it shows that the destination of the crop during harvest periods will be the city of Buellton. Our understanding is that actually that this applicant has production facilities in Lompoc, and that's where it's going. That should be corrected and addressed properly in the analysis. Second, traffic or transportation development and transportation demand management plan specifically requires staggered shifts for their employees, which has a counterproductive effect of discouraging carpooling, which is one of the purpose and goals of the Transportation Demand Management Plan. Moving on to Williamson Act issues. Next slide is the project is surrounded by Williamson Act park, located on one, with one exception. The Ag Preserve Advisory Committee should have conducted an assessment of the agricultural conflicts to ensure that there is compatibility. As your commission is aware, the county has abdicated that responsibility, despite the fact that it was specifically identified as a mitigation measure in the programmatic EIR. Next slide, please. Compatibility in agricultural amongst Williamson Act parcels has really been observed in the breach here, and I believe that the applicant attorney's submittals and the exhibits indicating extensive agreements with surrounding landowners and agriculturalists supports the concern that agricultural compatibility needs to be a topic that's addressed as part of the county's review process. And given the failure of the Ag Preserve Advisory Committee process to consider compatibility, we would ask that your commission direct this project to go back to APAC for purposes of evaluating the compatibility of this project with surrounding Williamson Act operations. Next slide, please. The biggest issue for today's hearing, and somewhat new, is for these projects is water supply. And I appreciate Commissioner Bradley's questions about the wells because it has been very much a moving target through this entire review process. There are two potential sources of water for this project. One is riparian and the other is groundwater. If it's groundwater, then it's the analysis that the staff undertakes is subject to the county's own CEQA thresholds for extractions from groundwater basins. And if the groundwater basin is overdrafted, then there are a series of conservation element policy apply that haven't been applied to this project. Or if the water supply is a riparian water source, which this slide from the State Water Resources Control would indicate that this water supply is a subterranean flow of the Santa Ynez River. And there is, initially, the applicant did apply for this classification. They categorized their water right as a riparian claim. Next slide, please. Here is their application or their summary of their statement, indicating in the upper right-hand corner that they are relying on this as a riparian claim. This was for the year in 2017. Next slide, please. And then in March of this year, March 24th, 3 weeks ago, the applicant withdrew this, they deactivated their riparian water right and indicated that they were relying on some guidance from the State Water Resources Control Board that would define what is a subterranean stream. We were puzzled by this, and so in the next slide, you can see why. The State Water Resources Board policy provides that that cannabis cultivators may not divert surface waters, and subterranean riparian flows associated with the San Ynez River are considered surface water under the regional water or under the State Water Resources Control Board. And they may not, cannabis operators may not extract water for cannabis cultivation anytime April through October of each year. So the prior operation clearly was managed as water supplied by a riparian claim. This policy disallows that. So the applicant apparently recognized this and submitted the email to the State Water Resources Board saying, no, these are groundwater. We're no longer relying on this as a riparian right. They deactivated it. But that puts them into a different conundrum because, next slide, the groundwater basin that we expect that they're extracting water from, and this is an area where the project description and the analysis at this point is simply inadequate. You don't have the information, and the public doesn't have the information as to what groundwater basin they're purportedly tapping into, and that in fact the San Ynez River, where their wells are located, does not fit the definition of a subterranean stream as defined by the State Water Resources Control Board. But if it is in a groundwater basin, all of the basins in this region are in a state of overdraft. So this graph is from the county CEQA thresholds, and in it, it defines each of the basins and a threshold for significance. In the Lompoc Basin, the threshold for significance is 12 acre-feet per year. So if a project is going to extract more than 12 acre-feet per year, they're required to undertake environmental review. And remember that the EIR did not assess the impacts of cannabis extractions on overdrafted groundwater basins. It specifically said this will be conducted on a site-by-site basis. That reference is in our letter that we submitted. Well, what is the quality of the basin here? Next slide, please. This summary from the county's own CEQA threshold manual identified the current conditions of each of the groundwater basins, and the Lompoc groundwater basin is in a state of overdraft. And in fact, all of the basins in the San Ynez Valley are in a state of overdraft. Next slide, please. What that means to you as decision makers is that the general plan policies, which you're required to make a finding of consistency with, apply. And those policies provide that the county shall not allow any basin to become seriously overdrafted, as policy 3.5. In action 352, the county shall not approve discretionary development if the developer's new net extraction or increases net extractions of groundwater. And policy 3.6, the county shall not make land use decisions which would lead to the substantial overcommitment of any groundwater basin. The changes that the applicant made at the last minute in defining their water supply here prevent the commission from having evidence to be able to make these findings and understand what the project is actually relying on as its source of water, and whether in fact these policies can be met. Next slide, please. The findings that you're quite familiar with that you must make as part of a land use permit includes a finding that the project conforms to the applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan, including any community or area plan. And here it is the groundwater resources section of the conservation element, which establishes the groundwater extraction policies. And secondly, that the number 3 at the bottom, that the property is in compliance with all rules, laws, and regulations. And as you know, there's been a history of non-conforming uses on this parcel. So moving to the last slide, please. I'm over my time. Just to reiterate, it's our belief that the basis for project denial are that the findings cannot be made, and specifically that CEQA requires site-specific impact review, particularly of the source of water supply for this project. So we would ask that your commission approve the appeal and deny the project, alternatively to suspend action and direct staff to clarify the water supply and source for the project, and ensure that it is in conformity with all the applicable general plan policies. Thank you very much.
Any questions of Mr. Chitillo? Not seeing any at this time. Okay. Let's move on to the applicant's presentation.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Farini and fellow planning commissioners. My name is John Friel. I'm the CEO of Central Coast Agriculture. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. I'll just give a quick introduction and then pass it off to Lindsay Coakley to go through the meat of the project. If we could get the next slide, please. Actually, jump to slide 3, go through the next one as well. So this is an image of the property in the center with a 5,000-foot ring around it, just about 1 mile. We have 2 vineyards to the west of us that we have relationships and agreements with. The vineyard across this river from us just does not have any problem with our project. This is just a demonstration of how rural this project is and set aside in this pocket of the county. And as a point of reference, no one inside that circle or for miles and miles and miles, as far as we can tell, is anywhere is part of the appeal process, and we're getting along fine with all of our neighbors. And then next slide, please. And then here, Lindsay will jump into the project.
Yeah, so here's an overlying site plan of the project, just kind of describing where the hoops are in relation to Santa Rosa Road. They're almost completely not visible from Santa Rosa Road. And you can also see the rivers delineated here as well. One of the things that we kind of stand out from others on is that we're an organic process, and being close to the river is kind of the best thing that we could, best type of farming that you could have there. Next slide. Here's a zoom in of where the staging area is going to be located. Again, this is just a shipping and receiving area. There's going to be no processing or anything of that matter in that building. Next slide. Another aspect of compatibility is our landscaping and screening plan. You can move on to the next slide. We'll show that. So as Gwen previously described, the entire frontage of Santa Rosa Road will be planted with 35,000 square feet of landscaping. Next slide. And due to the topography of the site, there's really very little visibility in the first place without landscaping. And the addition of landscaping is going to completely 100% screen the operation, as you can see from that line of sight diagram here on the top. Next slide. Here's a view of the site without any landscaping as of today. We're going to be planting screening along that frontage. Next slide. In addition to the entryway from Santa Rosa Road, there'll be about 20,000 square feet of landscaping just in the entry to screen the operation from Santa Rosa Road. Next slide. So one of the things that we have really excelled in is our water use. Over the historical average of this well that was used by the Cadwell Tutti Frutti Farms for many years, The average is about 55 acre feet per year. Our 5-year average, since we've been cultivating on the site, has dropped significantly to about 13.5 acre feet per year, as you can see by these. This data was provided by the San Ynez River Water Conservation District in their semi-annual groundwater production report, and this is all publicly available information. Next slide. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't see any questions yet. I did have a question, and I'm sure it's in the report somewhere. On your landscaping, what's the height, and is that done through Board of Architectural Review, or who has oversight on the landscaping plan along the highway?
So the Central Board of Architectural Review does not have purview over this site, and therefore has not reviewed the landscaping plan.
So it's your own private plan.
Correct, in order to comply with the LEDC landscaping and screening requirements.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That I understand that. So do you use a landscape architect, or how do you come up with your plan?
Yeah, Laurel Brady, who is the one that actually designed landscaping on our other site, she designed this landscaping as well.
Okay. And do you have knowledge of how high your landscaping is going to grow?
Yeah, it's actually on the slide preview or next to this one that you're showing. The next slide over.
Could you just help me with that? I can't read it here on my screen. It's very blurry.
Yeah, 1 sec. So it's supposed to grow 10 feet within 5 years. We have toyon and oak trees growing there.
I'm sorry, what was the first plant?
Toyon.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll just something I've observed, and I'm glad to hear your plant choices there, and the height is a good thing, I think. Some of these projects, and I think they're older projects, have some really tall trees on them, and then they completely block out the view of the mountains and hillsides. Nothing to do with your project, just an observation. And looks like a lot of them are cypress and pine trees, and they're all dying everywhere. So they look good when they're young, and then they just need to be knocked out. Question, where your landscaping's going, are there any overhead utility lines in that same easement area?
Not that I'm aware of. No,
Okay.
I believe they're on the other side of Santa Rosa Road.
Yeah, just another observation. A lot of landscaping's going in underneath utilities, and I'm sure the private contractor that has to trim all that for PG&E and those utility holders appreciates it, but seems like we're going to have to look at things a little differently from now on. So that's great. I appreciate the answers. And Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Coakley, could you repeat what you said was 13.53 acre feet per year on average? What was the statistic exactly?
So that's based on since we've been cultivating on the site since 2016, that's been our reported water use. And that's what we've used to cultivate cannabis. And you can see those numbers in the graph here as well.
Yeah, I'm like Commissioner Farini. It may be my old eyes, but I can't read any of the numbers.
Yeah, I can explain it. So the graph shows starting on the bottom in year 2005, that was the year that the well was drilled. And that throughout 2014, that's where you see that really high peak. 2015, it starts to come down. 2016 is kind of the lowest number starting, and it just really all stays below 20 acre feet with an average across the 5 years of 13.5 acre feet per year, starting in 2016.
Is that Does that number apply to water use on the entire premises or just the cultivation of marijuana?
That is just for cultivation. The only other water use on the site is domestic use, which is negligible.
What about the water use anticipated for the screening plants?
All of the landscaping is water efficient landscaping. And we have a single 5,000 gallon water tank that's going to be used to irrigate that area. And so these numbers don't reflect that. However, the landscaping and screening plan does require water efficient landscaping.
But it's going to increase the average, or at least apply to the average acre feet per year, right?
I think the increase is negligible because of the water efficient landscaping and the types of plants that we're putting in the ground.
Okay, well, Mr. Chatillo referred to a number 12 acre feet per year in terms of triggering some environmental review. So your 13.53 prior to any kind of landscaping along the edge of the premises seems to be relevant. But if I'm wrong about that, you can let me know later. Thanks.
Okay. It's my understanding that that applies to the Lompoc groundwater basin, to which this project is not a part of.
What is
stated in the biological resource assessment that we're part of the San Ynez River riparian, which doesn't have a cap under the summary of the groundwater conditions, right? So there is no overdraft for the San Ynez River riparian. He's just got us in the wrong district.
Okay, well, that may be, I'm pretty familiar with the San Ynez River ups and downs over the years, and I'm surprised there's no cap in terms of environmental review, but there may be another way to look at that. But thanks for that clarification.
No problem.
Commissioner Bradley.
Thanks. Can you go back to the slide that had the line of sight from Santa Rosa Road? I will join all my commissioners in saying the screen is very blurry today. I don't know why. I normally don't have this kind of a challenge, but you had, it was a figure of the car on Santa Rosa as it looks across the site. Lindsay? I don't.
Yes, that's slide 8.
Earlier, yeah. Earlier, maybe 8. There we go. Can you explain this a little bit? Because like my other commissioners, I can't actually read the fine type on the top of figure AL-1.1. So you got a car on the left side of the screen, and there's some notes about that. And then the landscaping is that little green dot, which is a blob. County right of way, I see that. And then, so what does this explain to me?
So what you see is a zoom on the bottom, a zoomed in version of that small area that's circled on the top left. And that shows what the landscaping will grow to and the line of sight. And so the top figure, L1.1 at the very top, that actually shows that line of sight coming down from Santa Rosa Road, that dashed line that you see coming all the way across. And that line of sight extends all the way to the river across where the hoops are. And to explain the topography of this site a little bit better, the Santa Rosa Road is located about 400 feet above elevation from where we're cultivating. And therefore it's difficult to actually see it from the road, period. And the addition of the landscaping is going to add additional screening.
So just this was really a very helpful exhibit. And so the car on Santa Rosa Road, where I came into the site, that's about 400 feet elevation above the hoop houses, right?
That's correct.
It's a large site and it did, I'm surprised by that number, but not really when I think about it. All right, thank you very much. That's really helpful. Oh, also, so the irrigation I agree, the oaks and toyons are very native and very drought tolerant, but the establishment period is really important. So that's all going to be done by a single water tank and a water truck. Are you going to put an irrigation plan for them, or how are they going to get watered?
There is an irrigation plan that's a part of the landscaping plan that's been approved.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot. That's my only questions.
Commissioner Park.
Yeah, this landscaping thing is interesting because I think, frankly, the view is tremendous from up there. And I think to screen something that you can't see from up there anyway is sort of silly. And I can't imagine how you're going to keep California live oaks at 10 feet. They'll be at 10 feet in about 3 years, and then you watch where they go. So I don't know. Okay, so my questions though are not about the landscaping, although I kind of wish it wasn't there. My question is about the vineyards nearby, because you have absolutely the most iconic vineyards surrounding this project. So let me start with to the south, across the road, you've got the Sanford and Benedict Vineyard and the Sanford Winery further to the west. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's all owned by the Terlato family from Chicago. Do they have any objections whatsoever to this?
We have an agreement with the Terlato family in order to address any issues that come up. We've never had any issues. We reached out to them and have been proactively dealing with this, and they have no objections to this. They've allowed us to state we have an agreement with them, and that's it.
Right. But at least we know they don't have an objection. They have an agreement with you. They do have a tasting room at the Sanford Winery. I can't think of one that's any closer than that tasting room. Is there another one that's anywhere near the proximity of the project as the Sanford Winery?
The next closest one that I would know about is LaFond, probably 3 miles to the east.
Yeah. And so how far away is the Sanford Winery from the project?
You can see the red circle there basically touches the tasting room there on the screen. So
in that distance,
it's about 4,500 feet from the nearest edge of our cultivation.
Yeah, close to a mile. And then over on the west is the Fiddlesticks Vineyard. And I believe there was some controversy, let's say a year and a half, 2 years ago, when we would see the owner, Kathy Joseph, quoted frequently, and there were just some issues. But you have an agreement with Fiddlesticks now as well, correct?
That's correct. And we've been operating side by side for several years now. And since then, we've had no issues.
Yeah. So there's no objection from that quarter. And then across the river to the north is Sea Smoke. Is that right?
That's correct.
Again, a very well-known vineyard. And Sea Smoke did have some grapes that was on the kind of that lower river shelf across the river from you, correct?
Yeah, they recently tore those out. I want to say last year, a bunch of them had Pierce's disease, and I think they're just waiting to replant. But they had been there for many years.
And do they have any objections to your project?
None.
And they, and in fact, they're replanting the part of their vineyards that's closest to your project, correct?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Yeah. And then finally over to the east, I'm just showing that I know all 4 directions. You've got basically another cannabis parcel, right? I mean, it's quite a ways away, but that's the closest cultivation to the project to the east, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you. I just wanted to run through all that.
You're welcome.
Okay. No more questions then? Let's see. All right. Mr. Villalobos, do we have public comment?
Mr. Chair, we have one public speaker. That's Nancy Emerson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Nancy Emerson representing WeWatch. WeWatch supports the appeal by the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis of the approval of Cadwell Farms project because of current and cumulative odor problems from the area west of Buellton, for Buellton. Once land use permits have been granted on Ag 2 land, is there any way to go back and obtain odor control on these cannabis projects? We think the answer is no, and that is why WeWatch asked the Board of Supervisors last week to pause decisions on Ag 2 applications and appeals between Buellton and Lompoc until ordinance amendments can be developed to deal with the cumulative odor and other impacts of cultivation projects like this one. Given the number and size of cultivation applications already approved, plus those in the pipeline, we think no pause means odor problems will be cumulatively concentrated and permanently unsolvable in this corridor. Carpinteria is beginning to see solutions to concentration of odor problems only because its ordinance requires ordinance odor control for greenhouses and outdoor cultivation is not allowed. The appellant is raising the issue of illegal expansion of this project, and we think you need to explore this matter. Why should the action taken for illegal expansion be allowing the applicant to remedy this expansion through the permit process without penalty? Doesn't such a policy encourage illegal expansion? Is this the first time a staging structure has been described as part of an application receiving public scrutiny? I don't remember hearing about one before. Are its functions usually handled in a processing building? Can one require that these functions be done in an enclosed structure? In closing, please help us persuade the Board of Supervisors that the pause described above is needed. If we were you or staff, we would be asking what we could do to head off this impending disaster for the Santa Ynez Valley. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Emerson. We can now move on to the appellant's rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the commissioner's questioning, and I'm going to focus my comments on water. For any project processed through the county, the county asks, have the impacts been considered? Have the policies been considered? For those projects that come to your commission, you ask those same questions, but because of the nature of the cannabis permitting process, these are questions that are generally addressed. They're asked and answered within a closed door process. There's very little transparency to this. The only way that the public really understands what impacts are associated with a project and what considerations were undertaken is by filing an appeal. There's no public hearing, there's no announcements, there's no analysis that's made available to the public other than just the announcement that a permit has been granted. And I think the cannabis controversy in Santa Barbara and throughout the state indicates how much there is community concern about these issues and how important it is to have transparency and for these issues to be addressed in a public manner. We identified the concern about water, and your commission heard counsel to the applicant indicate that the supply of water was being developed from the San Ynez River riparian area. Now, and in distinguishing that as separate from the Lompoc groundwater basin. So I think this is information that we would ask that your commission direct staff to have the applicant supply publicly, make it available, and address whether in fact this water supply was considered in the program EIR, and if it was not, then to analyze it. And as I explained in my opening presentation, it's either one way or the other. It's surface water, which is riparian water, or it's groundwater. The applicant's attorney said, okay, it's San Ynez River riparian, and so that is surface water. Staff, if I could ask that you bring up our presentation and take us to the 8th slide, which is the map showing this area. And then I'll have you move through to the next few slides, but thank you, David. And one up two more to the very beginning of the water part. And one past that. Okay. And I too am having difficulty reading this. But the project parcel is in the red boundary there. The San Ynez River is the dark blue line to the north of that. The medallions indicate the location of the wells. And the light blue indicates the area that is in the defined San Ynez River riparian corridor, the riparian groundwater basin, the riparian surface flow area. That blue area is within the State Water Resources Board's jurisdiction. And those are the subterranean flows that are controlled by the State Water Board's policies. The EIR specifically addressed this area at page 3.8-9, and I've changed the page, but they describe the San Ynez River alluvial groundwater basin as being along the side of the river. Groundwater in the alluvial groundwater basin is influenced directly from surface flow of the river. So basically what this project is relying on is San Ynez River water. Next slide, please. But the applicant deactivated that riparian right. So there's a conflict between what Mr. Allen has told you and the materials that are in the record indicating that it's a riparian, that either it is or it isn't a riparian claim. Next slide, please. And why this matters is the San Ynez Rivers, I'm sorry, the State Water Resources Control Board's cannabis diversion policy. And the second bright bullet there says that cannabis cultivators shall not divert surface water for cannabis cultivation activities at any time from April 1st through October 31st of each year. Under the State Water Resources Board's definition, the riparian flows of the San Ynez River are surface flows, and so they may not be used to provide a water supply for this project. This is a very significant conflict, and it's one that needs to be addressed. The county can't approve a project if it doesn't have a defined water supply that the applicant has a legal right to use. And that is the requirement in the programmatic EIR, that there be a demonstration of the legal right and the physical ability, physical access to water in order to provide water for the cannabis operation. This remaining issue has not been adequately addressed. You have within the record conflicting evidence between the evidence that's been submitted by the applicant to the State Water Resources Control Board deactivating a riparian claim, while counsel for the project explains to the commission that indeed they are relying on these riparian water rights in order to provide water for the project. Can't have it both ways. And so at this point, we would ask that the commission deny the project and direct the applicant to clarify their water supply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chatillo. I don't see any questions of Mr. Chatillo. Yes, there you are, Mr. Park, Commissioner Park.
I'm getting a little confused here by this argument. So are you equating a well that taps the groundwater that's influenced by proximity to a river with riparian usage of surface water pulled out of that river? Are you saying that they're the same thing?
Yes. Under the State Water Resources Control Board, a subterranean flow of water associated with a river or a creek is considered to be surface water to that river or creek. Because of the hydrological connection between that subterranean water flow and the surface water flow. And one of the considerations that the state board adopted when they adopted their cannabis policy is that we don't want to divert surface waters during the summer months because of the impact that it would have on endangered species and other flows and other resources dependent upon surface flows. So legally, there is the subterranean flows of the riparian basin are the same as the surface flows of the San Ynez River, and they are not an acceptable source of water to supply this project's needs.
Now, how deep are these wells here that they're using, as you understand it?
I do not know. No, that information hasn't been provided.
You know, this is a very interesting argument because every river area that I've ever known about for farming has this same issue. I used to do farm work in Idaho. We had the Snake River where it has tremendous surface flow, and you would have projects that would tap the river at dams and so forth. That's diversion of riparian waters. But then you would also have wells that would be 300 feet deep, and we would be tapping water that had come down who knows how many hundred years ago and was replenished by the existence of the river nearby. You have the same thing with the Cuyama River right now, where you've got wells that are 200 to 150, 300 feet deep along the Cuyama River, and yet you look at the river and it's dry. San Ynez River, there are several wells for wineries, including the one at Sanford and Benedict. I know the well site that are tapping the river. And the idea that this would be a surface flow that's influencing the surface species by tapping those wells, that's interesting to me. And are we seeing any objection on this by the State Water Board to this project?
So Commissioner Park, I think that would be a staff question. And if we could direct some of that to the staff.
Mr. Chair, if I could respond to the question. I've had my staff in communication with the state board, and they've guided us through this. They provided us the emails. They indicated their concern with respect to uncertainties associated with this water right. And so that's as much as we know what we've been able to glean from the state board that provided much of this information.
Chair Farini, this is Travis Seward. Staff does have further information to provide the commission. So we can definitely answer information on the State Water Board. And again, to remember, projects are asked to get their wells approved by Environmental Health Services, which has happened. And I would like to ask Catherine Lair to step in, or Gwen, because they did get follow-up information from the State Water Board. So we are feeling confident on our end that they have provided proof of water.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Seward.
Chair Farini, thank you, and thank you, Travis. So I'm going to begin explaining some information that I have, and I know that Catherine will help me fill in some of the gaps. So we have communication with the State Water Board that has shown us that the Water Board has reviewed the project in depth, and they determined that because the water source is groundwater, the project did not need permits for using any surface water. So that is from just correspondence with State Water Board staff, and also pursuant to documentation that the State Water Board has provided to the applicant.
Okay, Ms. Lair, do you have something to add?
Sure. So this, thank you, Chair Farini and Commissioners, and I may ask the applicant to jump in if needed or if appropriate. So based on the information that P&D has on this project, we are comfortable with the fact that this project is pulling from groundwater wells. There was a hydro analysis included as part of the biological report and included as an attachment to the CEQA checklist, in which the conclusion is that the water being pulled from the groundwater wells is not directly connected to and is not pulling water from the river. Additionally, it's a bit of a complicated history, so I took some notes on this so I could explain it appropriately. But the State Water Board does regulate surface water rights and diversions, as Commissioner Park had mentioned. For cannabis, because there was original order back in, I believe, 2017, required all cannabis cultivators to notify with the state. And I believe they considered, at least at that point, any type of water extraction a form of diversion. The General Water Board order was clarified in 2019 to focus on diversions under surface water rights and diversions. So the applicant, as Mark Shatillo showed on his PowerPoint presentations, eventually withdrew that diversion because it was no longer needed by the State Water Board. They were able to rely on groundwater resources. Additionally, as Ms. Baylor has confirmed, we received communication from the State Water Board that they would not need to file for a surface water diversion because they are on groundwater wells, and the State Board did not require any additional information or have any additional concerns. Lastly, should the groundwater have any disruption on the surface water or result in any of those impacts, State Water has the ability to add conditions to the project through CDFA's license, should that be the case. That is not the case for this project. Hopefully that helps clarify. Please let me know if any of the commissioners have any questions.
It's very complex, and you two did a great job explaining it. And I think, it could be seen that there's probably 100 questions out there, but I appreciate the report. Thank you.
Chair Farini, if we could just add one more bit of data to this analysis too. We just wanted to also confirm what the applicant said about the location of their property in relation to the ground basins. Our reading of the layers are that they are in the SY riparian, not the alluvial basin, and there is no threshold in our CEQA manual for that area, so we agree with the applicant on that.
Interesting. So by the area being called riparian doesn't necessarily mean it's river water. It's still ground basin water? Is that?
It's a
Even though
jumble
it's
of names
called
and
riparian.
yeah, layers and names, and so yes, but our research indicates that it is not in an area with a threshold in our CEQA manual.
Chair Farini, just to clarify, it's called the San Ynez River Alluvium. So not necessarily riparian, but river alluvium.
Okay, and the river alluvium is the groundwater basin, and the riparian would be the river water?
That's correct, and it gets a little complicated here. I have to be pretty honest. We have been digging into this issue, and there is a pretty large effort underway through the state to create groundwater sustainability agencies, as the commission is well aware, and those agencies will be developing the groundwater sustainability plans. So since the formation of these agencies, these existing groundwater basins have kind of been portioned out into further separate sections. So the names kind of have been changing over time, and it can be a little confusing. But to add to this, there is a groundwater sustainability agency for this area. It is under the Western Management Plan area for the San Ynez area. And should the GSP identify any limitations for water use in the future, the applicant is aware and they will be subject to those limitations. At this time, there are no thresholds or limitations on water use. And as the commission saw based on the appellant's applicant's presentation, they are well within their historic water use, and planning and development does not have any concerns about new impacts related to water use for the cannabis project.
Okay, it's a little bit like trying to do your own taxes, trying to figure out all the water regs for sure.
Mr. Chair, might I rebut one point that was introduced by staff in this last colloquy? There is no hydrological analysis attached to the CEQA checklist. We looked there. I didn't look at the bio report, but thanks for that site. And I did look at it, and there is the hydrological analysis. And on page 86 of 109, it says, we conclude that while the existing well extracts from a shallow alluvial aquifer that may be classified as part of the, quote, subterranean stream, close quote, of the San Ynez River flow system, the water usage is negligible. Well, if it's classified as part of the subterranean stream of the San Ynez River, and it is riparian, as Mr. Allen indicates, I believe that these waters would be subject to the State Water Resources Control Board's surface regime. And I don't, obviously, these are not the way these kinds of issues should be developed in front of the commission, but this is why, while we might find other issues with this project, the fact is that the water supply issue is complicated. It's not clear. And now we're relying on a series of conversations between staff of agencies and staff of the county as the evidence to indicate that there is water available here. We would ask that your commission ask staff to document what this analysis is, what these communications said, who said them, so that there can be transparency in this process, and we can ensure that we are making determinations based on the correct facts and analysis. The applicant's own materials undercut the assumption that staff has made, that upon which they relied on the State Water Resources Control Board staff, because the applicant themselves say that this is part of a subterranean stream of the San Ynez River, and as such, it's subject to those prohibitions. Thank you for allowing me to clarify this point.
Well, as we said, Mr. Chitillo, it is very complex, and I appreciate your insights there. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to dig a little deeper on this very important issue, I am concerned about the process, and I hear Ms. Byler or Ms. Lair getting to the specifics of what staff has done to gain assurance that there is not a water problem with this project. And it concerns me because in the review of cannabis projects, we have time and again been told to rely on a now aging environmental impact report. And staff is, as they should, is doing supplemental work to verify information about, in this case, the water supply through communication with other agencies. And bottom line, they're just saying, okay, this isn't an issue. And that's what we in the public have to rely on unless and until we get to a project like this and the appellant digs into it and asks us to do more. I'm concerned about staff being forced to do this as opposed to what we've been taught over time is the appropriate process, which is to do further environmental review, publish that, get comments, and perhaps amend the initial environmental review impact report. So I'm going to hold back now and let us move on, but that concerns me in terms of going forward with this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Kuhn. Director Plowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to address Commissioner Cooney's concerns. And I want to assure the commission that the analysis for this project has been complete, and we have the data that determines this is not in an overdrafted basin. And we also have data that the water use is going to be reduced based on what the historic water use is. So where we think it's necessary to do additional environmental analysis, we will be doing that. And that will be triggered by the location that the project is in terms of whether or not it's in a basin that is overdrafted. And I think you may know this or may not know this, but the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act basically required basins that were in overdraft to have produced their groundwater sustainable plans by 2020. And so the other basins have more time because they're not a super high priority. So the it's called the San Ynez River Valley Groundwater Basin in our water agency's groundwater basin report from 2019. But I have to say I feel comfortable with the analysis that has been done by staff at this point. But there will be projects where additional analysis will have to be done. And I want the commission to rest assured that we will do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Okay, let's move back to the applicant rebuttal now.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Commissioners, we have a few things we want to clean up. First one, I know Mark knows this. I'm not sure why he's bringing it up in the Transportation Demand Management Plan, but all of the product going from this site goes directly down Santa Rosa Road to our other farm at 8701, where we have a cryogenic tunnel to freeze this. I don't know why he's claiming that we're lying on our demand management plan and saying it's going to Lompoc, when he knows it's going to the other farm on the way to Buellton to get frozen. With regard to the water issue, if the well isn't in the bed or the bank, it's considered groundwater unless it's a state delineated subterranean stream. Whether the hydrology study thinks it's a subterranean stream or not doesn't correlate to whether the state has delineated this as a subterranean stream. Otherwise, it's presumed to be groundwater. So the well is presumed to be groundwater. We spent extensive time working with the state board after they passed the second cannabis general order. We provided them with our entire hydrology study. They reviewed our wells, they reviewed the screen depth, they reviewed our pumping standards, and they came back and suggested we resubmit and indicate that we're groundwater because of their plan and the way they were moving forward. So this was done in conjunction with the State Water Board under their advice. It took a considerable amount of time because the landowner was concerned about this and we had to get everybody comfortable. The third well, which we drilled, was drilled entirely to get a clean source of water for the ADU. It had nothing with trying to hide our groundwater source or change our groundwater source. We've always been withdrawing water from the San Ynez Basin alluvium. If you look on page 31 of the biological resource assessment, it shows the jurisdiction of the San Ynez, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, as it passes along the river. It doesn't show going beyond the bed of the bank because there is no delineated stream. I don't know where Mark got that big blue blob he put on his picture. The only thing I can think of is that's the flood basin, but I can't verify that one way or the other. With regard to what basin we're drawing from, on page 88 of the hydrology study, it depicts very clearly in the hydrology study that we are pulling from the San Ynez River alluvium. This is all in the documentation. It was all available to Mark. He's had plenty of time to review this. I don't know why he still winds up being confused about this and claiming that it's not clear and it's not in there. But it's all there. And I appreciate all the work the staff has done to try and clean up this issue. I think they've done an excellent job. And we'd like to see you all vote in favor of the project and to deny the appeal.
Okay. No questions from the commissioners? All right, well, let's close the public hearing then, and we can move on to Planning Commission discussion and deliberations. Commissioner Bradley.
Everybody must be a little tired right now, but come on, it's only 3 o'clock, guys. I actually was really impressed with the site in terms of its location so far away and the good outreach that this applicant had done with those iconic vineyards that Commissioner Park cited. Those are some of my favorite wines, actually. And this issue about the water source and it being subterranean and alluvium, I really just want to lean on staff's analysis. It is a complicated matter. And frankly, if we're going down the path of assuming that a well close to a river is now going to be considered riparian water source, I can just imagine how many wells are going to be non-compliant in the county. And I think the whole situation may shift with this groundwater sustainability management plan stuff that's coming down the pike. But I am confident with what staff researched and reported in, some contradiction to what Mr. Shatilla represented. So I'm inclined to support the case and would like to see it acted upon today if at all possible, but interested in what everybody else has to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. I'll chime in a little bit. I did read the KG groundwater report that the applicant included in their application. It seemed rather extensive to me, and it did delineate the difference between the groundwater and the riparian water, went into some in-depth discussions and had some graphs. And it's our packets, they're pretty complete and thorough. So to me, as far as having best information available to have reviewed, that isn't in the record, and I believe that staff relied upon that in their decision making and presentation process. I don't know if I can say this, but for Mother's Day we had a bottle of Sea Smoke Pinot Noir 2017 from down the road there, and it was fantastic. So those are beautiful, beautiful wines that come out of that area. And I hope they keep doing it. And I hope that, all of this ends up in the long run, that the terpenes are not detrimental to these wines. I think it is to be commended of the applicant that they worked with all of these vintners, and that this neighborhood is good with it, as opposed to the previous project we heard where our neighbors were not happy with one another. So this is refreshing to see, and I'd like to see the project move forward. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go forward. I think this, we're in part able to move through this project as quickly as we have because of the lack of opposition, which is significant. The concerns of WeWatch, for example, that we should be looking closely at the cumulative impact of odor. It becomes a little difficult to sustain when the various wineries in the immediate area are satisfied that they have the protections they need from this new project. So for me, the issue is less about odor in this case, more about our process in becoming comfortable with the water information. And I want to make clear, I don't doubt what staff is saying made them comfortable. And I think they spent a lot of time and effort and came to a good conclusion. And Director Plowman, in an attempt to assure anybody in the public that doubted the staff's work, made it clear that they went the extra mile. But is that our process? Is what we're going to do dependent on our staff doing a lot of work that basically ends up with the advice to us to rely on our recommendation because we're comfortable the project is not going to be harmful to the water resources in the immediate area? It's probably the right conclusion. I don't have any basis for doubting that it's the right conclusion, but it's not the right process. I think we ought to have a formal statement in each project that comes close to relying on significant additional water, why it's permissible to continue to draw water from this particular basin. And the configuration here may be exceptional, but throughout our state, as the governor's recognized, we're deep into a condition of drought. And if the cannabis industry is sucking up more than is necessary or more than appropriate, I think we have to step in and say we need more work done or we can't permit this project to go forward. So it is cumulative. I'm not going to vote favor of this project, but in the future, I'll be more zeroed in to the use of water resources in the San Ynez Valley. Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
Well, I want to address the water issue first, and then odor, terpenes, and then the general arguments of the appellant. On the water issue, I kind of have two perspectives. One's the old Park and Kelsey farmer side of my family, and the other is the Park lawyer side. And what I heard from staff I'm trying to simplify it because we need to so we can process this information, was that we had a water order in, I believe it was 2017, for the cannabis industry that came to sort of an anomalous or unusual conclusion. That was any extraction of water from wells in this basin that's next to the San Ynez River was a diversion of surface waters. That's a very strange idea. And then, as Lair pointed out, that the order changed, and it changed that conclusion, that it was not extraction. Okay, so we've talked a lot about, we're relying on staff's informal meetings and communications with people and so forth. I think what staff's relying on are these water board orders. And they're right there. Now that raises kind of an interesting question, because the PEIR, I believe, predates at least the revised or the second water board order. So how do you treat that? You know, is an environmental impact encompassed in the PEIR if the way that the matter is handled rests on a water board order that comes after the PEIR? I don't have a conclusion on that or even a way to understand it. And if somebody does, argue it. I haven't heard it argued yet in my lifetime, which seems to be how long we've been dealing with cannabis, although it's only a couple of years. So that's just a question I have. I do not get excited about the water issue here. Moving on to the odor issue, I always distinguish odor from terpene deposition. Odor is what you smell, what somebody might object to. And we're particularly concerned about that in residential areas. And we're concerned about it with respect to winery tasting rooms. Here, our only tasting room within even a mile is directly to the west of the project. So the wind's going to come from the tasting room to the project. They're more likely to smell wine at the project than the winery is to smell cannabis. I just don't see that we have a real odor issue unless, as Ms. Emerson argues, there's a cumulative impact of all odor producing things from the ocean to Buellton. And I don't know. Terpene deposition is a separate thing. That is, even if you can't smell cannabis, do the terpenes get deposited on the grapes and ruin the grapes? Well, you've got the oldest and most iconic Pinot Noir vineyard, the first S&B vineyard that's just across the roadway. And the owners of that vineyard have reached an agreement and lodged no objection. You've also got the tremendously iconic vineyard across the way, newer, Sea Smoke, and they're so unworried that they're actually planting new vines. And you have the people that complain the very most, Fiddlesticks, off to the west. And again, the direction of the wind is blowing from the west to the east, and they don't complain. And I doubt that the 65-acre grow that's to the east complains about cannabis smell. So that issue seems to go away. Now, looking at the issues that are raised in the papers by the appellant, I basically agree with them that we have a problem with the non-conforming grows and this tremendous expansion, which some term illegal because it was not permitted. And the way that we have been handling that, or that the planning process consistently has been to say, go get the permit, and that cures it. So this applicant is not treating this issue any differently than anybody else. I've spent a lot of time thinking about how to handle this. And I think you all know me as a somewhat aggressive person in my ideas and thinking. And I have not thought of a way that it can really be addressed by the Planning Commission. It's there's all sorts of ideas I have, but they're really legislative things that the board needs to deal with. The board knows about this issue. It's known about it for years and it hasn't done anything about it. So I question whether there's anything we can do today. I always look for practical ideas where we can induce a settlement that deals with those practical ideas and mitigates a particular project. Here, we don't have them for this issue of expanding grows. Maybe someday somebody will say, "Oh, put them outside the cap," or they can go to the end of the line, or something like that. But it's not happening, and we're not the ones to do it. That's the board. Then we get to the PEIR issues. I felt from the beginning when we started looking at these projects in 2019 that things are missing in the PEIR. It doesn't get traction at this level, and it sure doesn't get traction at the Board of Supervisors level. It's really a litigation issue. So not seeing the kind of practical concerns that I try to get people to resolve in this project, I will support the project. Even though I wish the landscaping wasn't there to ruin the view.
Well, on that, Commissioner Park, is there anything you think we could do about the landscaping and have it a limit on the height? Ask the applicant to keep lower growing. I mean, 6 foot, 8 foot. Does it have to be oak trees, like you said, that you know will go beyond 10 feet?
I don't know. That's a good question for staff.
Ms. Larry, or
cannabis.
Ms. Larry, you're both shaking your heads. So tell us.
Yeah, Chair Farini, thank you. I'm happy to comment on this a little bit. So kind of to your comments, the landscaping plan is reviewed in depth by staff, and there are a lot of things that we look for. One of the most important things that we look for is that it will screen the cannabis cultivation within 5 years. So that is a requirement. So I would I just want to make sure that's a known LUDC requirement that the applicant needs to fulfill when we're thinking about maybe making changes to the landscaping plan.
Commissioner Bragley.
Sorry, I love this. I actually totally concur with Commissioner Park, because the view is spectacular. And if you have a native shrub or bush, not an oak, I also agree that the oak trees are going to be distressed in about 7 years, right after they're established and the 5-year thing is hit. So maybe it's just direction to staff to try to look at something with the applicant's architect that tops out at 4 feet, because you can't see the grow from Santa Rosa Road, right? I mean, that's why I think Commissioner Park is bringing it up. But anyway, I would encourage looking at a more like a 4 to 4 foot height established plant, as opposed to, a beautiful oak tree. Sorry.
Ms. Baylor?
Yes, Chair Farini. Did you want me to comment on Chair?
Is that something you can work out for us?
Yes, I think so. I don't see why not. We can definitely work with the applicant on their landscape plan. They have a really great landscape architect that we've already corresponded with quite a bit. So I think I would just like to have a little bit more maybe clarity on what the height level is that that the commission is interested in having a limit on.
It sounds like it's about 4 to 6 feet. In this particular case, because of the view and that the grow is actually below elevation. So we're trying to protect the view of the mountainside there, yet screen out the view of the grow.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And I think that we can certainly work on that. I just want to also state that while we're working on revising the landscape plan, we're going to just continue to make sure it's going to be consistent with the development standards in the code.
Thank you.
Chair Farini, this is Travis Seawards. Is the commission requesting that we revise the existing condition? I just want to make sure we're getting clear direction from the commission on what you want.
Yes, so Mr. Seward, we're not sure if we can. I think that was the question we're asking. Is this something that can be done, or is it just a suggestion that we make, or what do you see there? And I also see Mr. Wilson would like to comment as well.
I mean, I just referring back to Gwen, Ms. Baylor's original, the code does require full screening. And so we have to be a little careful that we don't craft it so they provide landscaping that doesn't meet that requirement, because then they would be in non-compliance. So this gets tricky. What we do is we get a landscape plan, and we ask an architect, a licensed architect, to say, will this screen the uses on the property? So Catherine, Lair, do you have ideas on how we could maybe craft this condition to meet both the PC's request and the requirement?
So that is a good question. I'm looking at our condition here. And I might kick this over to Secretary Wilson, but the way that our condition is currently written is that they comply with the landscaping and screening plan in their plans, and that they provide deposits for installation and maintenance. So perhaps Secretary Wilson has some ideas on what can be done regarding the height. My concern is if we do put a height limit within the condition, that may be a little challenging for the applicant to limit the height of oak trees. Secretary Wilson, I see your hands up.
Chair Friede, commissioners, I have no input on that. That's outside of my expertise. My expertise is to ask for a break. If we want to pursue this and let staff look at it, I'm a little bit concerned about trying to make a change to a condition on the fly. It's like putting a puzzle together, and if we start shaving off pieces, it won't fit. So if we want to pursue this, I recommend taking a 5-10 minute break, let staff look at those conditions and see if we can come up with an alternative.
Yeah, and I may have overcomplicated this, and so I think all I'm asking is if they came up with a plan that limited the height to some degree, would they be able to do that? The applicant has heard the planning commission, right? And so could they amend their landscape plan with different plants that were still all approved? That was for you, Mr. Wilson.
So yeah, my recommendation again is we need to take a break because I think the way the conditions are, you have to comply with your landscape plan, which is going to be approved today. So altering a condition could have an indirect consequence of making the landscape plan not being able to be implemented. So there could be a path to doing that, and we could just need to look at all the little pieces and see if they can fit together. Because it could be potential that you can plant your trees, but they have to meet the screening, and you'll trim them so they grow no taller than X number of feet. And that could be a broad statement in the condition of approval, but we just need to make sure that they all fit together.
Okay. Director Plowman?
Mr. Chair, I would just like to sort of back up what Mr. Wilson has said, is that we probably need to look at it. We might be able to write a condition that tries to achieve what you're seeking, but we need maybe 10 minutes to sort through that.
Okay, let me check with Commissioner Park, see if he's interested in that or just moving forward as presented. Commissioner Park?
I'm going to say something that seems painfully obvious to me, and then I'm going to ask a procedural question. Okay, the LUDC says you're supposed to provide screening of the operation. But this is kind of like, if a tree falls in the forest, do you hear it? Because you can't see the operation from where your screening is going to be. Okay, so you're screening something you can't see. And Secretary Wilson used the word path. Well, the applicant followed the path of least resistance, thinking, you know what? We're supposed to have a landscaping plan and some screening. We'll put in the screening. We know it won't screen our project because no one can see our project anyway. What it's going to screen is the nice view of the Sea Smoke winery across the river up on that mesa. And you really don't need any screening at all to screen this thing. And so we can go back and forth about, do we want 2, 3, 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet of screening, and how we would do that with oak trees, which of course would be impossible. And what would we pick that would be this high and so forth. I kind of think that what I would rather do, if it's possible, is vote on the project today. And is there some procedure? So this is turning into a question. Is there some procedure for which the applicant can then seek relief from this plan that they're filing because they think it meets the condition? You know, is that a substantial conformity thing or something else, some other process that reserves just that little silly issue for another day so we can be done with the project for now?
Well, Chair Freeney and commissioners, there is a process, and we do very well on having processes. I don't know if the applicant would be too excited about additional processes to amend their landscaping plan. The cleanest way would be just to accept the project the way it's presented today, if the applicant's okay with that. If we want to amend it, we can as far as today. So there's a condition that everybody's clear on what's getting approved. A little concerned of having any ambiguity in project approvals and having the applicant work with staff is more than likely it could trigger a revision, and then we're going to be back here again. So my recommendation, let's take a 10-minute break. Let's look at it. And if we can make the change, let's do it. If we can't, then we can go on from there.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, we're back on the air
Okay.
whenever you're ready to start. I believe staff put something together, and Mr. Seawards, we can put that up on the screen whenever you're ready.
Okay, yes, that's great. Mr. Seawards, please go ahead.
Great. Let me know if you can see it or when you can see it. There's a lot of words on this, so I'm happy to read the underline if anybody cannot read it.
Chair Freeney, Mr. Seawards, why don't you just read the amended part?
Okay.
For I think there could be commissioners or in the public that can't read it, so
Sure.
you could just read what the changes are to condition number 8.
Okay. Plan requirements. This is the change. The final landscape and screening plan shall replace the proposed native oak trees. I'm going to butcher that Latin name. Along the southern boundary with native drought-tolerant plants or hedges that will reach sufficient height to screen the cannabis operation while preserving view of the surrounding mountains.
I think that's perfect. Let's see what everyone else says.
Mr. Chair, I support if it says while preserving views of the surrounding mountains. Just a grammatical correction.
Oh, I see. So we just need to add an S. Okay. Commissioner Cooney.
Oh, sorry, that's a mistake. I'm not part of this discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney, thank you. Commissioner Park.
Okay, so I can't even see the slide. It never even came up on my screen. And I wouldn't have seen it anyway.
Pretty good.
Commissioner Park and the rest of the commission, I forwarded onto your email accounts as well just now, in case you have access to your email, and that might be easier to pull it up on your own screen.
Commissioner Park, would you like us to read it again?
Well, no, let me just ask. I thought I heard Mr. Seawards use the word oak tree. Is that what you referred to?
It says the final landscape and screening plan shall replace the proposed native oak trees. I'm going to try and say it, Quercus agrifolia, along the southern boundary. Did I say it right? I'm not sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Along the southern boundary with.
Let me cut to the chase. Okay. I'm actually looking at the landscape screening plan, and I'm actually looking at the plant list. And under trees, there's 4 kinds of trees. So you got 14 Leland cypresses. Okay. You've got 6 fruitless olive trees, and looks like 30 live oak trees, and 16 elderberry. So probably you should take out the word oak so that you're referring just to all the trees in what you've got there. Because if you just take out the oak trees, but you keep cypress trees and elderberry and olive trees, and I'm familiar with those, they're all going to be as big as an oak tree, you're going to have the same issue. So I know we've been talking about, the landscaping here is going to be oak and it's be toyon, but according to the plant list, which spells out the quantity and so forth, you've actually got 4 different kinds of trees and 5 different kinds, or no, it's more than that, 6 different kinds of shrubs and so forth. I'd take out the trees altogether and keep the shrubs. And I think if you took out the word oak, you're kind of mostly there.
Okay, they took that out, Commissioner Park, but I think they should also take out native we just want to say the proposed trees along the southern boundary, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
we have
right.
if we just eliminate that word native as well, Mr. Seward, I think we've got it.
Do you need me to reread it?
No.
Okay, good.
We're good. The sausage has been made. Now we just need to cook. Okay, Commissioner Park.
Is this my district?
Yes.
And it is Wednesday, yes.
Okay, so meaning it's always my district, because the staff report, I think, says it's in the 4th district, but I don't care. I will move that we approve the project in accordance with the recommendations made in the staff report.
Commissioner Park, please refer to the new slide that is up on the screen right now, because we slightly revised the recommendation based on this change, small change on the condition.
That's right. And so I'll move approval of the project in accordance with the recommendations made in the staff report, in addition to the revision that has been discussed by the Planning Commission and is contained within this most recent slide produced by staff.
I'll second.
Good. Okay. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney.
For reasons I stated earlier, I'm opposing the project. I don't believe there was sufficient environmental review. No.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-1.
Okay, well, staff, excellent job. Secretary Wilson, Mr. Villalobos, thank you for getting us through today. And we'll see you in a couple weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Aye.